And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC week number 123. That's crazy, Bob. That's crazy. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. I'm of course your side VIP. I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. And also a big shout out to Babylings. Oh my god, Esther Babylings. Hope you had a great vacation. Hope you had a great time, of course, abroad. Welcome back to the pond. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for 46. Oh my god, 46 months of subscribing. That's crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy. But here we go. We're jumping into our first series and spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the Italian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss for the Platinum Heroes. It is Ducklings. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the land of Austria, representing Vanguard. It is a Beast. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our best of 3. Let's go. Let us go. We are here. We are back. We are jumping into the round of 32 of our tournament. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live. The bracket is stacked. We do have a plethora of players. Once again, a very stacked bracket when it comes to the overall tournament here, featuring players like Classic, like Creator. We are missing some of our top Protoss and Zerg players, but I say that we do have some strong contenders here in players like YoungYakov, GG Machine, Mini Zerg as well. We'll get there. We'll get into the rest of the bracket momentarily. For now, though, we have our PvP. So far, standard opener. Standard opener is 2-gate opener here by Beast. 2-gate opener out of Ducklings as well. For those that are unfamiliar with our players here, Ducklings coming in as the favorite player. He has been rising through the ranks quite quickly over the past year, maybe 2 years of play when it comes to the upper echelons of European Protoss. Meanwhile, Beast, he's more of an amateur player. You should be familiar with Beast when it comes to Masters Tour Open. He plays in a lot of amateur events, in a lot of like Masters 2-ish events, I should say, and recently has been delving into more open cups. So this is going to be Beast jumping into the deep end here. He's coming in as the underdog, and we'll see if he can hold his own against a player of the caliber of Ducklings. Let's go. For now, we do have a standard opener here, 2-gate opener into a faster Nexus. So overall, standard build out of Ducklings. Beast should be expanding as well, but there's a pylon block delaying the expansion, containing Beast on one base. Oh, hello. I didn't notice that camera here. So BC stuck on one base. The expansion is delayed. He does have a probe out on the map, but no pylon. No pylon, so there's the expansion. Meanwhile, Hallucination goes in, confirming that there's no follow-up, confirming that there is a base, making sure there's no crazy one base all-in. So Ducklings does confirm. Behind this, Ducklings going for a robo first, a very safe follow-up. So in case there was an all-in coming his way, he'd be ready with defensive immortals. So very safe play here by Ducklings. Meanwhile, Beast, later expansion, delayed economy, later tech as well. It's a slightly worse start here for Beast, but only slightly. From here, he will have the advantage of map control. He will have the Twilight Council, he will have Blink, he'll have a more active army, but the pressure is going to be on Beast to get some damage done across the map. Yeah, the pressure is going to be on Beast. There's that proxy pylon. Do we go for anything other than just warping across the map? That's what I'm curious about here. We'll see. Pylon has been placed. Hallucination also confirms the robo opener. Oh, that is not Blink. Wait, what? We are going to charge instead. A much more aggressive follow-up here. Going to charge, going into extra gateways. It looks like an all-in. Speaking of, we do have some Zealots warping in already. Wait, what? This is kind of weird because you would never warp in Zealots at this stage of the game, and showing Zealots early would be a tell, right? This would be a big tell just because charge is a ways away. Hallucination, sorry, the War Prison does move in, does spot the proxy gateway. As it is, dead set in the center of the map. Ducklings does notice. Over the tuna back. Over the tuna. And yeah, this should be a 2-base all-in or even like a 1.5 base all-in, but it's still a ways away from really hitting, and Ducklings is already here. Oof. He's ready for force fields. Can he come down? He can! Force fields, the mineral line, catching hours at 7-8 probes. Oh my god. The force fields are crazy. Yeah, the probes are trapped, forcing a recall. So many workers go down, getting 8 probe kills. Could have gone a little bit more here, but playing it safe. Does pull away and should escape. I feel like could have even saved these units as well. Yeah, bleeds out 2 sentries and a stalker, so a bit of a trade, a bit of a back and forth. Overall, a better trade for Ledlix. And again, Beast is all in. How many gateways? We have 3 gates, sorry, we have 4. We have 4 gateways back at home. We have 1 across the map, another proxy towards the left-hand side, so we're building up in towards our 6 gate, 2 base all in. 6 gateways. Ledlix back at home is preparing. Wall of shield batteries, pylons, sentries, force fields, immortals, extra gateways, glaives on the way as well, because why the hell not? Getting into glaive adepts. And the longer this game goes on, the worse it is for Beast. He's on a timer. We gotta commit, Pappy. But even then, like, I mean, he's just running into a wall of Protoss. Like, I think. Nice force fields, reducing surface area. Zealots are gonna be zoned away. There's 3 batteries here to defend. With 3 shield batteries, there should not be any kind of breaking this position. Likewise, War Prism is here to juggle. Right, we can juggle, we can save some units. We can micro. Beast can try to choke up the army and try to engage like 1 immortal at a time, but that's what the War Prism's for. Speaking of, gets 1! Nice save. Oh, miscontrol. Miscontrol out of Ledlix. He will lose 1 immortal. Okay, so nice pick up here by Beast. Gets 1, going for the other. This time we do save. The control is there. And you can see here we're running out of Zealots. Running out of Zealots, running out of army. Here comes the second wave. Immortals, they juggle forward. They pull back. Nice juggling here by Ledlix. And he cleans up all the Zealots. Yeah, he cleans everything up. There's nothing else left here. Again, Beast is down in workers, down in economy. This had to win the game. He's just running out of steam. Warping in 1 more wave of Zealots. Una más, papi, una más. 1 more wave. Oof. Doing what he can. And GG. GG gets called. The all-in has failed, and Ledlix takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Ledlix does take a lead in the series. Again, Beast, he was completely all in, but unfortunately he telegraphed the all in ahead of time. That's maybe the biggest issue there, was that the proxy was seen, the proxy was scouted, and Ledlix, he was ready back at home. By the time the all in got across the map, there were 3 shield batteries, 3 batteries, plenty of sentries, the immortals, the warp prism, we had glaives on the way as well. Ledlix, he was more than prepared for the all in. He was more than set up, as now we're getting to game number 2. We'll be loading into game 2 here, and we'll see if Beast has something else up his sleeve here, if he can recover, make a series out of this, or this all ends here and now. Let's go. Let us go as we are loading into Ruby Rock. This time a much smaller map in the map pool. We could even see a 1 base all in here, even without proxying. That is a possibility. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the Italian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 1-0. It is Ledlix. El Italiano. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Austrian Protoss player, we have the Red Protoss, representing Vanguard. It is Beast. Here we go. And again, I do appreciate that he did go for a unique build in game number 1, going for a 2 base 6 gates mass charge all in. As we mentioned that before, though, unfortunately it was scouted, right? Unfortunately, his opponent was able to scout him, not just scout him, but also punish him as well. Remember, 8 pros went down in the main to the sentry drop, and because of that damage, it meant the Beast couldn't facilitate for the all in either. Even though he had 6 gateways, he had a hard time warping in 6 units at a time. His economy was stifled, right? His economy did take a big blow. That did slow him down as well. So hopefully we can tighten up. Tighten up. Let's go. 2 gate. So far, 2 gate openers all around. We'll keep an eye on Beast to see if he does commit into a proxy, if he even expands. Eyes are on the probe. Eyes are on our worker. Likewise, Ledlix back at home. Everything's looking normal so far. Right now, we're just looking for the positioning of the second pylon. That's kind of what we're looking for. I mean, both players are looking for that as well. As Ledlix is also in the main. And there it is, second pylon. Second pylon for Beast, second pylon for Ledlix. Beast also scouts, and both players are fully aware that everything's normal. So far, so good. From here, they're looking for the third pylon placement, and they're looking to delay the expansion and even scout the initial unit as well if possible. Remember, we could open up a double stalker, double sentry, sentry expand, a double adept. We have the answer, double Stalker at a Beast. Stalker, Sentry at a Ledlix. From here, Ledlix is going for a much more standard opener. He'll have scouting information thanks to the Sentry. There's the faster Nexus. You know, Beast will have the more aggressive start. You'll have extra Stalkers and can apply more pressure and can potentially find some damage. Oh, that's a Robo. A Proxy. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Did he get scouted? No, he got scouted. That's so unfortunate. Proxy Robo, a delayed one base all in here by Beast. The Beast, he's not expanding. But the hallucination from Ledlix, he sees everything, Babby. He knows. Oh, no. Now, the problem as well is that I don't think Beast knows that he's been seen. I don't think he has the wherewithal to be aware of that, unfortunately. Stalkers, they can apply some pressure for sure, but Ledlix, he should be responding with his own Robo. We're now getting a third gateway. Sentries, they start to step forward. The Sentries, they're crazy. They're crazy. There we go, battery on the high grounds. I would say that Ledlix doesn't have to fight for his natural. Doesn't have to. This is going for a second battery. Oh, doesn't quite catch the Stalker. A bit of a waste of a force field. Here comes the Immortal. Again, warping in 3 units at a time. It's a massive army here for Beast. Ledlix gonna try to make a stand regardless. I don't think he can, by the way. Not with this kind of army, not against an Immortal. Yeah, the Immortal has arrived. And with the help of the Immortal here, we're breaking through the Sentries. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, the battery so far, they're holding their own. Oh, we locked down the Immortal. He locks it down. He gets it. Massive pick off the Immortal. Oh my god, it does fall. And with that, Ledlix is holding. Ledlix, he's holding on here. The batteries are running out of energy, but at the same time, again, he got the first Immortal. That's all that matters, Fatty. GG. And Ledlix, he will defend, he will hold, he will claim this series 2-0. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Ledlix will claim the series, will advance on into the next round. Again, my condolences to Beast. It was just so unfortunate that both games, game 1 and game 2, got scouted. He got scouted both times. In game 1, he went for the proxy gateway in the center of the map and it was seen. In game 2, he went for the proxy robo and was also seen by the hallucination. So both times the proxies were scouted, and with that, the Ledlix was able to prepare back at home. I was a little bit concerned that he wouldn't be able to defend his natural, not gonna lie, but we saw the batteries, they did do so much holding onto that natural base. Likewise, we did see the push happen without any prism, without any way to micro, of course, to juggle the units. So once the force fields locked down the Immortal, that was it. The Immortal had gone down. GG. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, Ledlix, he will advance on into the next round, and let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Bam. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Beast. As we mentioned before, Beast, he's more of an up-and-coming player. He's more of an amateur player. It's not easy to go up against some of these bigger names, so no shame in going down to Ledlix. GG, well played. Again, I can see a world where these builds can work, of course, but as it is when it comes to a lot of these proxies, a lot of it comes down to catching your opponent off guard. That surprise factor is kind of a big factor there, and it wasn't applicable here in this series, unfortunately. But GG, well played. With that, we are getting ready here for the next round. Let's catch up on the bracket itself. From the top, we have Classic. Classic, he's waiting here in the second round, waiting for the winner of Perceive and Lucid Shadow in the round of 16. We have GG Machine and Samosel facing off in the round 32. We have Art versus Norim. We have Mini Zerg UA versus Mew up against Shameless in the next round. And we have our next series following Ledlix into his match versus YoungYakov. Let's go. That's going to be our next matchup, jumping into a PvZ. Ledlix and YoungYakov. Vámonos, baby, vámonos. So I do have to set up our players. Set them up. Just catching up with the chat. Yo, shout out to Esta Azura in the chat, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Did I see Azura in the bracket earlier? I only went... Yes, we do. Actually, we can just scroll down a little bit here. We can scroll down a little bit further. But scrolling down further, we have Creator. He's waiting for the winner of Hackers Top and Cosset, waiting in the round of 16. We have Nick Grant waiting for the winner of Honmono and Signor as well. We have Percival waiting for the winner of Azura and Dead Remus. Again, shout out to Azura. We're wishing the best in that first round. And we have Geralt waiting for the winner of Rebellion and his opponents, Rebellion and Roxas. There we go. Oh boy. So coming into this event, of course, Classic, he is the kind of big name to bring down. We have seen some of these players threaten Classic before, and we'll see if they can do it again, as he is going to be the big threat in this tournament. Likewise, so is Creator. So the top 2 Cs are Classic and Creator, and again, we'll see if anyone can stop them from that PvP finals. I'm hoping so. I would appreciate some diversity progressing into the rest of the tournaments, but here is the first big step, of course, with Yakov and Ducklings. I should reach out here. Okay. Just messaging the players. Catching up. The tuna, baby, the tuna. Banger builds. Ah. Making sentries actually deal damage in PvP was a mistake. I would disagree with that. Like, sentries having a stronger defensive role or just a stronger role in PvP, from my understanding, did make it a little bit easier to be safe and to be defensive, and of course promoted sentry openers. I mean, the argument would be that you'd want a more chaotic early game, and de-incentivizing sentry based openers and making it less safe early on. But I think I would probably push against that ideology. I would probably say it's PvP probably benefited more from having stronger sentries instead of having weaker ones. Unless you just want like games to end faster, like I guess if that's what you want, but the bunny updates. They're eating at the moment, eating hay as we speak. They're both still very cute. They've still yet to rebond, unfortunately. It's been a process. It's been a long process. It's been like a month, and hopefully we can get them rebonded. One day, papi, one day. Thinking now strategic diversity. I think I would disagree with that statement. It did narrow. Did it narrow like all-ins? Kind of. Like, kind of. Like, again, it made it a little bit safer to play in the early to mid game for sure. It kind of made all-ins more difficult. But again, like, it depends what you want out of the matchup. It depends what you... Because at the moment right now, we have... I would say that right now, PvP is in a place where we have a lot of short games, regardless. A lot of all-ins are still factoring in, and we do have very, very short games in PvP. But that's due to, like, other issues. Right, the strength of Proxy Robo is stronger now because of the change to the shield battery and the shield battery overcharge and the introduction of that. Oh. Esther Shameless, get out of here. He tried to sneak into the lobby. So I do know that a bunch of top players were struggling a lot with that. Like MaxPax is one of the big ones, of course. He recently did find a new solution to being like overly safe, and that's involving Forge and Cannons. So very often he does open up Shield Battery, Forge, Cannons alongside Void Ray to defend against Proxy Robo. So he's recently kind of like found a solution to that. But that's very unique to MaxPax. Become friends again. Fun. Slow process. There we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next series here. Our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss player himself, the Italian Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Ducklings. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player, the red Zerg player himself, representing his new team, Stowny Balls. It is YoungYakov. Here we go. But yeah, I don't think any of the top players, I'm referring to like Hero, Classic, Showtime, Skilless, MaxFax, I don't think any of them, I don't think any of them wants the Sentry to be reverted and to make PvP more chaotic than it already is. Yeah, I don't see any top Protosses like pushing for that sort of thing. I guess you can want a more chaotic early game, but I think it is still very chaotic. Like the thing, like I don't know. I think there's a stronger argument to be made that there's more issues right now in PvP that needs to be kind of like resolved first. Yeah. There's a lot there. But for now, we have our PvZ. Settling in. We do have our hatch gas pool, standard opener out of YoungYakov. Likewise, we have our standard opener out of Ducklings as well. Nothing crazy. Now, when it comes to our two players here, especially coming into Ruby Rock, YoungYakov, he is typically a very aggressive player in the mid game, especially. We've seen a lot of all-ins, and coming into Ruby Rock, we're expecting an all-in here, right? We're expecting 3-base aggression, 3-base play, maybe a 4th base just for larva, and we're expecting to see just a heavier, like aggressive mid game here off of a lower drone count. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on YoungYakov. Again, we don't really get to cover him as regularly as we used to, but here we go. Such a weird team name. Yo, shout out to again, if you maybe haven't been tuning into much StarCraft as of late, Stowny Balls is a new team that did come about, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, picking up YoungYakov, Shameless, Nickrat, and GG Machine, and they have their own Patreon, and basically it's a small team funded by a very passionate guy that's specifically supporting those 4 players. Again, it's YoungYakov, Shameless, Nickrat, and GG Machine all join their new team. And they're competing in the Wardy Team League. There it is, Stowny Balls. I still don't know if it's Stowny or Stownie. I don't fully know the correct pronunciation. I'll vary it up. Oof. Zelix being very annoying here. Okay, gonna be delaying the expansion a little bit longer. Can he kill the drone? Oh, not quite. Not quite able to get in. 3rd base is being thrown down. So far, a standard build here as the 3rd base was delayed, but we do build up into it. So Yakov does expand. Behind this, Zelix setting up for his own 3rd, going for his own Stargate into Oracle behind this. Oh, and there it is, early Roach Horn. That's a 3:30 Roach Horn timing here by YoungYakov. If you recall, at the beginning of this series, we mentioned how YoungYakov is known for his aggressive builds, and we did expect to see some all-ins. My assumption was it was going to be a 3-base all-in, but we might even delve into a 2-base or even a 2.5-base all-in instead. We'll see how hard YoungYakov commits into all these roaches. Ooh, doesn't save the Overlord. Overlord gets shut down, but does snipe the Stalker. Nice pickup. Does at least punish the Stalker. Behind this, YoungYakov cutting workers at 35. No extra gases. And here come the first wave of roaches. There we go, 7 roaches are on the way. That's a 7 getting up to 9, and there are no drones. Yep, no drones. So Yakov, he's committing here, cutting workers at 35. Again, a very low drone count. Roaches are welling across the map. Lings are rushing across the map as well. Yakov is completely all in, and the Overseer, the Oracle just now confirms. Yeah, does now scout, does now confirm. Late scout here by our Protoss. And back at him, he has to get ready. We have shield batteries here being thrown down to the natural. I don't see Lelix saving the 3rd. It's just too late for that. The natural, we'll see. Void Ray is now on the way as well. But again, only seconds to react. So Yakov does move in. It does break through. Oh, jeez, does force field in time. Throws down the force field. Is going to be broken. The army does flood in. And do we have enough DPS here to outpower that? Well, yeah, we do. We just thrown the army away. I was going to say, can we out DPS the shields, the healing of the shield batteries? But they're not going to come into play. The boys are being pulled. The probes are going down. And with that, this is critical damage. Catching up the Stalker. And 1, 2 Stalkers go down. I also just realized I didn't get to open up predictions. I was so engrossed. I was engrossed in the game. Toasted Pylon goes down. 14 probe kills. Things they keep flooding in. They keep finding more workers. Oh, does wall off in time. It does fully wall off, but that's still going to be what? 23 plus probes going down. Insane damage in the main. Critical damage, Pappy. The battery doing what they can. Behind this, YoungYakov finally does drone. So now he's droning up to 50 workers, taking gases. 4th base is now on the way. Enough damage has been done, even catching all 3 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. 3 Stalkers go down. Behind this, there's no upgrade. There's no +1. There's no blink. There's no charge. There's no follow-up here. There's no counterattack. So Yakov, he's free to just saturate. Just saturate, drone on up, get his expansion. Hydrogen is on the way as well and can switch into Ling Hydra. So crippling damage was dealt. Again, unfortunately, Lilix had very little time to react and very little time to respond. Didn't quite recognize where the gas was being spent early on. And GG. Yeah, GG gets called. He does see the saturation, and YoungYakov takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Yakov does claim the first game here. Again, unfortunately, Lilix, he was unaware as to how much danger he was in. He was unaware as to the all-in that was coming his way. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late to react. Like, he threw down 3 shield batteries. It was also unfortunate that he took a fight out of range of the batteries, if you recall. He pulled his units away towards the ramp and not towards the batteries, so the naturals broke it even faster as a result. And GG. GG, well played. With that, so we do see YoungYakov claiming the first game, and we'll see if Lilix can recover and bounce back. We'll see. We shall see. So we're getting ready here for game number 2. Oh, I believe Shameless has his own series. Yeah. He's got his own matchup. And we'll see if Lilix can get a better idea as to what YoungYakov is up to. As you recall, we did mention now we did expect to see an all-in out of YoungYakov, especially on a map as small as Ruby Rock. Now we're loading into a much larger map. There's a higher chance that Yakov drones and saturates as we are loading into Winter Madness. Oh. Un momento. Okay. There was a bit of an issue, but we're going to be loading into Winter Madness. Winter Madness is a larger map of the map pool, so again, we do expect to see droning, saturation. This is where muted play is more accessible, so we can see muters hit the field. Likewise, we can also see a more standard game at Lilix building up in towards a longer mid-game, building up his robo count, potentially building up into Skytoss as well. So we do have a little more options here. We do have a little more greed available to our players as well. We'll see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the Italian Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. Representing the Platinum Heroes, it is Lilix. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, representing Stalliables, it is YoungYakov. Yeah. Here we go, and welcome to Winter Madness. Again, we do expect to see more droning, more saturation here. Remember, it was a 3:30 Rotorn timing last game. We might end up going into a faster layer this time instead. Eyes are on Yakov. Here we go. So Lilix does move out to scout across the map. From here we can settle in. Once again, the onus is going to be on Lelix to scout across the map to build up into his oracles and to ensure that there's droning going on, that gases are being taken, and that there's further tech on the way. Again, it is going to be on Lelix. So now he does ensure that we have a standard opener. I will see if he can delay the third base once again. You can argue that the all-in was potentially a reaction to delayed third, but potentially. But I feel like he would have gone for it anyway. Especially on Ruby Rock. As there is the tech of choice, opening up Stargate. Stargate opener at Ledlix. From here, it can expand, build up into triple Oracle. But once again, it's going to be on those Oracles to confirm what's happening. Alex starts pick forward. He picks in. This time the third base has been thrown down. He's got his third. So here we have a much more tame early game. By this point last game, there was already a Roach Warren. As you can see, there's no Warren. Like, as we mentioned before, like, this map isn't really conducive to all-ins, so it's much more standard to just drone, saturate, build up to 3 bases. The question now becomes, do we see a faster Roach Warren, a faster Lair, a faster Evo Chamber? Like, how is YoungYakov going to be spending his gas early on? That's the first kind of big question. Do we build up into Ling Hydra? Do we go Roaches? Do we go into Mutas? Eyes are on Yakov. You know what? It's going to be Lair first. Okay, so Lair first at Yakov. That's going to be at around 4:13. At the same time, Twilight Council and Forge follow-up here looks like a standard timing at Lelix going into +1 and Blink. We have seen a lot of +1 and charge-based follow-ups that be quite popular in the last couple of months. Oh. Hello. Curious if we are indeed going to charge, and potentially an Archon follow-up as well. So eyes are on Lelix, safety Roach Warren out of YoungYakov. Again, thrown down at around 4:40, 4:30. So far, good reactions, pulls away against the Oracle, and we do have charge. Again, the tell here was just the early Robo, which is not normal with a Blinkstalker-based build. So early Robo going to charge. This can lead into a faster Temple Archives in towards Archons and Storm. Otherwise, we could see a Gateway Explosion. Oh, meanwhile, we have the answer here. It is going to be Mutas. Did mention this was more of an option here on Winter Madness. So Muta play out of YoungYakov. Now the question becomes, when does Lelix hit? Because he is building up the Archons, as we mentioned. Gateway Explosion. He may not take his gases, and he may stay on 3 bases to go for a big 3-base all-in instead, because that is a lot of gateways here from Lelix. Going up to 8. Does rotate between the bases. Confirms gases, confirms the lair is done, but does not get eyes on the lair. Currently, Lelix has incomplete information, but he might blindly go for a big timing anyway and might be able to punish. He's taking his gases. Okay. He's taking his gases here. This is an indication of a longer game. Here comes the Archon drop. Zeltek can warp in across the map to reinforce. Forcing a recall. Oracle does race back home. And the Oracle will defend. Zelta revealed. Yakov, he knows. Where are the Zealots? There we go. We do barely warp them in. Queens go for the Percival. No, he denies the warp in. Oh my god. Yeah, warp in is denied. Roaches, they do shut this down completely, and YoungYakov, he does defend. He does defend, and the scariest thing about what just happened here is that Ledlix, he deals no damage. He also did not scout. He doesn't know. Mutas are coming. Mutas are coming. Ledlix, he is completely exposed. There's no cannons, no batteries, no blink stalkers. There are Archons at least. And Mutas now revealed. Yeah, they're now revealed. The Archon's going to get surrounded. We can hunt down the Prism. Yeah, the War Prism cannot escape. Recall's on cooldown. Now, at least Ledlix forced the revelation of all these Mutas early. That's true. But rough position nonetheless. Late reactions. Phoenix is on the way. The Mutas are coming. And he does hit that natural. Honestly, Yakov can fight this. He can turn and fight. Zealots, they do get a kill. Yeah, kill or cancel. Phoenix does go down. Gets a Phoenix. Gets a Stalker. Takes off 2. Barely doesn't get 3. It doesn't get that 3rd Stalker. We can see YoungYakov forced all the way back home. Nice run by here by Ledlix. Nice run by. Even getting into the main. Focus firing drones. And where exactly are we? There's still potential with these Mutas, and they find another Stalker. Oof. I mean, again, there's no blink, right? There's no blink, so these Stalkers, they get picked up one after the other. Catching out a Phoenix. Not quite diving for the mineral line. T-powering the Stargate. Nice pickup. Takes on the Stargate, pulls away, catching out an Oracle as well. Massive pickup here from YoungYakov. Just dancing in between the bases. And Ledlix just cannot keep up. The cannons are doing what they can. There's what? A handful of Stalkers. Oof, even catching an Immortal as well. Brutal pickup. The Immortal goes down to 1 Phoenix, down to a handful of Stalkers here, and Yakov, he's done it. He has broken the natural, just devastating damage. Again, it was just so unfortunate that it was this game that Ledlix had no going for charge, and he did not commit. He needs to commit even harder, needs to scout what was going on. GG gets called, and with that YoungYakov, he will claim the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, there was potential here for Ledlix winding it back. He was going for an early charge timing, and I thought he was going blindly into a 2-base all-in, but he wasn't. He took his gases. There were signs, indications that he was going for a longer and later game instead, so he went for later timing. He got across the map, the warp-in was denied, and with that, what could have dealt devastating damage was stifled, right? There were just 2 Archons, barely any Zealots to support them, and the timing fell flat, and Mutas, they snowball out of control. Right, when you go into Mutas like this, there is a window in time pre-Muta that the Zerg player can be punished, and they can just die then and there, but we saw that the timing hit too late. It wasn't too committed either, and as a result, you saw the Mutas just snowball out of control, and because of the build choice of Ledlix, he was that much more unprepared for the Mutas. Because he did not play Blink, he played Charge, right? He did go into Charge. That meant that there was a bit of like a small window, a small time frame where his army could actually be effective before he was being stuck or being forced back home, and before he was forced to defend, and again just was woefully underprepared for something like Muta play. GG. GG, well played. With that, YoungYakov does claim the series, 2-0, does advance on into the next round, and let's catch up on that bracket. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's go. Let us go. So we do head on over here, and I believe we have some updates. We have Perceive. Perceive takes down Lucid Shadow 2-1, advancing on to the round of 16 to face off against Classic. We have GG Machine versus Art also ongoing. Honestly, I was tempted. I was very, very tempted to jump into the GG Machine Art portion of the bracket to follow them into each other. That's going to be a spicy PVZ. Wish them both the best of luck. Meanwhile, we are, of course, waiting for Shameless and Mini Zerg to wrap up their respective series. Winner goes up against YoungYakov. So again, we're focusing on this upper portion of the bracket. The reason why we're focusing on this portion is because it is a little bit more diverse. If we scroll down a little bit further, it's mainly a sea of Protoss down here, which is standard when it comes to StarCraft tournaments, to be fair. We have Creator, he takes down Hackers top 2-0. Creator, he's waiting for the winner of Nikrat and Homeowner. So we do have one Terran. We have one Terran confirmed for the quarterfinals. It'll be either Nikrat or Homeowner, so best of luck. Scrolling down, we have Percival, we have Azura. Oh, true. Percival didn't quite notice, but he's also down there as well. Okay, so we do have some more Terran representation down here with our TVP, and of course, Geralt versus Rebellion leading into the upper quarterfinals. So we have basically all the remaining Terran players in the southern half of the bracket, and we have all the remaining Zerg players in the upper portion of the bracket. Lower portion, we have Nikrat, Homeowner, Percival. Upper portion, we have GG Machine, Mini Zerg, and YoungYakov. Who seeded this bracket? Who? Yeah. Splitting them all off into their respective ZVPs and TVPs. But regardless, best of luck to the players. And I do hope we do have a more varied kind of quarterfinals and semifinals, but we'll see. We shall see. From here, we're just going to be waiting for Shameless and Mini Zerg to wrap up their match. And oh, looks like they have. Un momento. Here we go. Okay, just need some time to prepare, time to set up. Beautiful. As we're jumping into our next series, we're jumping in mid-series into our round of 16 match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself representing his new team, representing Stowny Bulls, leading the series 1-0. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Hokago T-Team. It is Mini Zerg UA. Here we go. There's been a lot of hype around Mini Zerg in recent times, in recent months, as he is kind of the latest player to kind of start rising through the ranks. He's very, very young. He's around 19 years old. Technically, he's older than some of our more veteran players. he's like 1 or 2 years older than GG Machine. Like GG Machine is younger, but a little bit more experienced. Mini Zerg a little bit older, a little bit newer to this level of play. But Mini Zerg in recent months did kind of break into the kind of upper echelon of mid-GM-ish, like mid-GM, and kind of poking his head up in towards the pro scene. Still has a ways to go, still has a way to grow and improve, but has been improving quite steadily over those past couple of months. So it's been great to see his growth as a player, and great to see him become more and more active over time as well. Still the underdog, 100%. Still very much of the underdog in these big tournaments, compared to players like, you know, Shameless or Geralt or Christiana, Nikrat, YoungYakov, all these other kind of more known and established players like Mini Zerg. He's still, you know, still very much of the underdog, but he's getting there, and he's been getting some more upsets as of late as well. I think infamously, you should recognize Mini Zerg from the Uthermal 2v2 circuit. In that circuit, I want to say Mini Zerg and his teammate Sickness, did they beat Serral? I remember they took down some big notable duos and big notable teams in 2v2. And I want to say that's where a lot of like the mainstream audience maybe got their eyes on Mini Zerg. That was like maybe a month ago, 2 months ago. But Mini Zerg, he's been getting up and getting better over the past, I want to say 5 months, maybe more than that. But he did pop off in Uthermal 2v2 Cup or 2v2 tournaments not too long ago. Gamba, true. It's Gamba time. If you're in the chats, best of luck, baby, best of luck. Again, Shameless is favored in this matchup, but Mini Zerg, he has a little potential as a player and has been improving. We'll see if he's able to grow as a player as well. We'll see. They did well even yesterday in 2v2 top 4. I see, there you go. Get a 2v2 specialist. True. Shameless does poke in, does pull away. Behind this, building up into a standard opener. Stargate into Oracle into a third. So everything's looking normal from the side of Shameless. Meanwhile, Minizerg still droning, still saturating, claiming his third, and building up in towards the mid game. Now, when it comes to what Minizerg is known for and what he typically does embrace, I would say he typically plays quite standard. Unlike YoungYakov, I would say that Minizerg is usually less all-in and less aggressive, at least in my experience. He's less of a chaotic player. But we'll keep an eye on him. As the Oracle does move out, we have an extra wave of Lings on the way for Minizerg, which means he can counterattack. That's a lot of Lings, actually. 18! Yeah, 18 Lings on the way. Ooh, the Oracle taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage, has to be forced back. And Minizerg, he wants that third. He wants that third base. We'll see if he can get it. Can he bring down the third? Flooding across the map, the Oracles have yet to scout.
The enemy has discovered us.
Yeah, Shameless, he sees nothing. Yeah, he sees nothing, he knows nothing. Back at home, there are 2 adepts in position, and can Minizerg get a surround? Oh, he tries to. Okay. Does come in for a surround. These adepts are out of position. Yeah, they were misplaced. And good engagement here from Minizerg. He does get 1, 2, 3, all 4 adepts. 3. Only 3 adepts. He has to respect the Oracle. Still good value here by Minizerg, but his drone count is suffering as a result of that. So he's running up quite hard, trying to make up for his losses. There's the NG overcharge. Oh, Lings, they commit. They do get the Adept at least. That's going to be a lot of Zerglings going down. A questionable commitment there from Minizerg. As the Oracles, they poke in, they pull away. Behind this, Tumblr Archive is on the way for Storm, so we have our splash damage of choice, not going to Colossus. Building up into Storm. Likewise, Minizerg is going into Ling Hydra, double Eva Chamber, double upgrades, again building up into a longer mid-game. But again, the economy is still struggling for Minizerg. We got 3 more drones. Minizerg is behind. As more drones are going down. They're losing up to 5 workers. Ay, ay, ay. And this storm timing is going to hit quite hard. It's going to hit very, very hard. Now, because of all these losses, I wouldn't be opposed to Minizerg just stopping droning, right? Like, he's got his 4th base. I don't see any drones on the way. We have 7 overlords in production. That's a lot of overlords. It looks like Minizerg, he may just commit into a 3 base all-in. I feel like that is going to be the correct choice here, just because it's taken too many losses already. But we'll keep an eye on him, because he does squeeze out a couple of drones. Droning up to 66. That is 3 base saturation. That should be fine. Yeah, we're just committing. We are just committing here. Now, the scary thing about this 3-base all-in that Minizerg is going for is that Shameless does have Storm. Storm is going to be a factor. Now, thankfully, ideally, Minizerg, he wants to force a fight here on the low ground, right? This is a very exposed 4th base location. That's one of the big features of the Old Republic. Very exposed 4th. So ideally, Minizerg, he wants to force out Storms early. Storm is done. There's the first Storm. First Storm is revealed. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Shameless. It's going to be the second Storm. The Lings are a little bit late here. Yeah, Lings are delayed. There's a 3rd, there's a 4th Storm, and we're running out of storms. That's the final Storm. There's maybe one more. And not even. Final Storm is denied. And does Minizerg barely have enough? He's wasting DPS on the gas, guys, or he needs to move in. Yeah, he needs to push forward. Oof, the Archon does morph in, and Shameless holds. Yeah, Shameless, he does hold, he does defend. Again, it was close. It was very, very close here, but in the end, Shameless will completely shut this down, and Mizurk, he's not ready for a longer game. He's not set up for one. That was it. Oof, and now we have cannons, shield batteries. Shameless, he's just fully walling up. And there is still a window here where maybe Mizurk can break this position before these cannons and cannons and shield batteries finish. But no with storms. Yeah, the storms are brutal. They zone. They force back the army. Yeah, and the Hydras are exposed. They're going down one after the other. Expensive losses here for Mizurk. As this is looking like his final push. Yeah, another storm is in the chamber. GG gets called, and Shameless, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on into the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shameless, he will claim the series. Again, Mizurk, he did sustain so many losses in the lead up to the mid game. He was forced into the all-in, and as we mentioned, there was a window in time where he could maybe break Shameless before he could really set up, but Shameless, he had so many storms available. The storms, they punished the Ling Hydra so hard. It also felt like the Lings were a little bit late. It felt like the army was a little bit mistimed, where you needed those Lings to try to bait out those storms early, but the storms were connecting on the Hydras, right? So many Hydras were going down to those storms, and in the end it was barely enough. GG, well played with that. Shameless does advance on, and let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Bam. Here we go. We have our next series here. Up next is going to be Shameless versus YoungYakov in a PvZ. That's going to be our next matchup here. Again, Shameless was able to come out on top in his own respective Protoss versus Zerg. YoungYakov also beat his own Protoss player as well, and now they face off against each other. Both YoungYakov and Shameless, they're both teammates, and I would say that they are both very comparable in skill. They're both young up-and-comers. Like, when I think of the up-and-coming Zerg and Protoss players in the European region, like just below your established players like Skillus and just below Lambo, that's where you have players like YoungYakov and Shameless. They're both there. They both often go back and forth. They both often trade blows, and here I wouldn't be surprised if we go all the way into the ace match. Wouldn't be surprised. But let's go. As this should be a harder one to call. Unlike the previous matchup, there's no clear favorite coming into this. It's all about who feels better on the day, and what kind of builds are we about as well. And what are we whipping out? Otherwise, the other matchups are still ongoing. GG Machine and Arts, Classic and Perceive. Scrolling down, we have Nickrat. Nickrat, he takes down Homono 2-0. We have Creator versus Nickrat in the quarterfinals. Likewise, Geralt takes down Rebellion, waiting for the winner of Percival and Azura. Best of luck, Azura. Azura. Best of luck. So we do have a bit of downtime here. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes, a couple of moments. When we come back, Vitas will be done, and we'll have Shameless and YoungYakov. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Hope. friends, welcome back everyone, welcome back to the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 123. Back. We're here, we are back, and we have another PvZ ready for you here. Now we have two teammates joining and facing off. Let's go. Only one can advance on, only one can make it through into the semis. Let's find out which one. As spawning in the top left hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Team Stanley Bulls. It is Shameless. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself. His teammates also representing Stanley Bulls. It is YoungYakov. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping on into our fresh series, and if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gambit time. It's Gambit time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our PvZ. Coming into this, it's a harder one to call. In the previous matchups in every series so far, there has been a clear favorite player. Here, I would say that the lines are more blurred. In recent times, I want to say that YoungYakov has had some slightly better results over Shameless, but only slightly. Like, again, I can see this going to the ace match, or again, it comes down to who is feeling better on the day, who's more informed, who's more warmed up. We'll see what we bring to the table here between both Yakov and Shameless. Again, they are new teammates. Not just that, but they have kind of boot camped together in the past. If you recall, infamously, was it last year or the year before that, where there was like a big boot camp and we had like Yakov and GG Machine and Death Mars and all these other sorry, who was I thinking of? GG Machine, YoungYakov, Death Mars, and like 3 or 4 other players that all kind of like met up together and like they boot camped the hell out of it. And did play a lot of StarCraft and of course practice and improve together. So again, there's like that camaraderie between them that they had already for quite some time, and I'm curious to see if they even practice together. Like, bearing in mind they're also playing in the Woody TV Team League, so they are playing together in a team league. They're also preparing for their upcoming matches as well. So there's always a lot of like mind games, a lot of metagaming that goes on between two players that face off so often and so much against each other. But let's go. Let us go. For now, Stargate open out of Shameless, opening up Standard, opening up Normal, and welcome one and all to Title Citadel. Title Citadel is a larger map of the map pool. It does have some unique features like the gold expansion, does have some very narrow entryways here in the center of the map. We have the Zelnaga Tower as well. More importantly, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th base are very spread out. I'm referring to this location here, bottom left, center right, and center base as well. They're all very spread out, and as the game progresses, it can become very difficult to rotate your defensive army to keep up with the aggressive army of your opponent and to keep up with their rotations and their movement. It can be very difficult. So we have seen a lot of very chaotic games here on Title Citadel as a result of that. The map is large, true, but again, there's also a lot of space in between these bases, a lot of potential to punish. For now, we are going to be opening up. As we do have YoungYakov moving, it does catch in short eps. Okay, gets one. Does catch one. I don't see him getting the other though. That's one that falls at the same time. Oracle does go for the dive. The Spore isn't quite done though. Yeah, Spore isn't done. Getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Can we get 4? Barely not. So far, not a bad start here from Shameless, but the Oracle does sustain a lot of hits. Let's take a lot of hull damage. Has to blow away. 3rd is now being taken, and we have a very fast lair out of Yakov. Also a 4:15 lair timing. With a fast lair, this can lead into early Hydra all-in. This can lead into Muta play as well. Hydra on Yakov. Oh, as the Oracle does barely get away. Once again on 3 HP. Barely gets out. As the Oracle goes back in. Goes back in, does 9 more spores. Only dies, no kills. Still in just 3 drone kills from the start. Do you have a standard follow-up here? Forge, Pilot Council, +1 and Blink, most likely on the way. Most likely. So from here we're calming down. Ooh, meanwhile, YoungYakov, as he's distracted, the adepts, they do hit the third. Lings are in position. So that's so good. Keeping up with the adepts. Nice moves at Yakov. He's secure in 3 bases, taking his gases. Now we have the answer here. I was curious, was it going to be Hydras or Mutas? ¿Por qué no los dos? Why not both? Hydra has been thrown down in the main base. Spire gets thrown down in the natural. There's a cancellation here on the Roach Horn. Okay, does cancel. This is very tech heavy, very gas intensive, of course. And we'll see if he gets away with an unscouted Spire. So far, I believe, unscouted. So once again, the Oracles are going to be forced back. Still very low on HP. Lings a counterattack, keeping Shames busy. Not quite catching the Gas Geyser. Not quite. Lings just poking in. Once again, just keeping the attention away from the bases. And the Spire's almost done. Again, unscouted. Did Shameless see the Hydra? He did. Ooh, he saw the Hydra Den. Okay, so I mean, what I will say though is that unlike previously, the previous opponents in the earlier round, unlike Ledlix, Shameless has Blink, right? Blink is going to finish, so he'll have more anti-air. Pushing forward, we have Mutas on the way, and no Hydras. It's going to be a tough hold here for Yakov. Very tough hold. Things they try to collapse in. They're buying time for more Zerglings. Shameless gaining ground. Nice kiting, very nice stasis. Yeah, stasis goes off. And Yakov, he's looking very desperate here. I don't see Mutas helping too much. He dives in. Gets one, gets 2 queens. Yeah, 2 queens go down, and defensive Mutas. What can they do, Batty, on their own? Army does blink away, and more Stalkers warping in. There are just so many Stalkers. It's an 8 gate. Yeah, he's got 8 gateways. You can see here, no gas mining. 3 base all in. Yeah, 3 base all in at a Shameless. Basically, the gases here were fake. He committed. Yakov thought there was macro. There was no macro. The boys are being pulled, and Shameless, he has broken his opponent. Mutas, they get some damage done across the map. That's nice. They're killing some probes. At the same time, though, the main army cannot be dealt with. Like, this army cannot be dealt with. Shameless commits. Again, for those that are curious, the gases were never really saturated. It was a 3 base all in here by Shameless. Yakov, he thought it was safe. He thought his opponent was macroing. GG gets called, and Shameless takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we spoke about this in the previous series, but going into Mutas is a very risky thing to do. You are vulnerable when you go into Mutas, and Shameless didn't even scout, by the way. He didn't even know that Mutas were coming, but he just happened to be going for his own 8 gate. He was going for his own 3 base all in, which happened to be going up against Muta play, so almost a hard counter in favor of Shameless, pushing in and recognizing and finding out, oh, you have no army. Like, you're making Mutas. That does nothing here. Like, Mutas are not built to defend. They're not built to survive against these all-ins. GG, well played. Shameless takes game number 1. Yakov, he took a risk. He took a risk going into the Mutas. It did not pay off. He gambled, papi. Did gamble. And now we're loading into game number 2. Just catching with chat. Nice there, Raul. Okay. Ay. Thank you for sharing, Raul. La mutas. As we're just waiting for our players to pick their maps. Shouldn't be too long, as we already have our first semi-finalist. Oh my god, I guess we have a little bit of time here. But Creator, he did just take down Nickrak 2-0, and he's waiting in the lower semi-finals, waiting for the winner of Percival and Geralt. So we already have 1 semi-finalist. Crazy. It looks like the upper portion of the bracket is a little bit more delayed. It's a little bit more delayed. There's some longer games going on there. So most likely we'll be wrapping up this series and then heading down to the lower portion of the bracket. Most likely. guys. Bienvenidos in the chat. Bienvenidos. Buenos días. Here we go. As game 2 is going to be on White Rabbit. White Rabbit is another one of these larger maps. Okay, larger map in the map pool, larger than, say, Tato Citadel. I would say more defendable as well. So, again, this is more ideal for a longer game state. But Yakov isn't really the kind of player that enjoys long late game ZVP. If he can all in, he will. If he can be cheeky with muta play, he will as well. And I wouldn't be opposed to mutas here in game 2 on White Rabbit, but I am opposed to going mutas two games in a row. Like so that's what I'm a little bit concerned about. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom left hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the red Protoss player leading the series 1-0, representing Stowny Balls. It is Shameless. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent, we have his teammate. We have the blue Zerg player also representing Stowny Balls. It is YoungYakov. Again, attempting and failing to go mutas in that last game. He committed, he was being cheeky, and he was shut down by a 3-base all-in. Meanwhile, Yakov, he moves out across the map, this time opening up with a hatch block. Let's go! Drone does move out. The goal here is to go for the hatchery here to disrupt the opener and to delay the economy of the Protoss. We'll see how Shameless reacts and how he responds. There's two reactions, there's two responses. One is to pull the boys and to focus it down and get one Zealot. The other response is to get a second gateway, open up double Zealot into double Adept. In general, I think the consensus is that the 2-gate response is a little bit cleaner. It does mean that you sustain less economic damage and you're able to counterattack as well. But we'll see. As here comes that proxy, here comes the hatch block. Shamelessly does go for the initial gateway into Cybercore. Zealot is on the way, and he doesn't pull the boys. So far, so good. In general, I would say that if you see a Protoss player pull workers to deal with this, it's often a bad thing, just because it takes, was it like 7 probes to focus this down, and it's just so much economic damage, so much inadvertent damage because you're losing so much mining time. Here we have 4 probes. We have 4 probes and the Zealots to focus on that base. You can see Shameless going for the proxy Stargate reaction. Okay, Cybercore is done. Show us the Stargates. We're juiced up. We're getting juiced. Now, this is a risky reaction here. My assumption it's going to be Stargate. If it is, the problem with going proxy Stargate is that if this gets scouted, if this gets found, it is brutal. As there it is, Stargate has been thrown down. Just because in this matchup, if you know anything about PvZ, you know that Stargate and Oracle play is it's like the bread and butter, right? It's like the backbone of PvZ, to be able to scout and defend and react and counterattack. The utility that the Oracles provide is huge. So if you lose power of your Stargate early on, like, that throws your builds out the window if it gets scouted. As the drone is shut down, Adept does keep YoungYakov busy. So far, getting 1, getting 2. No real economic damage, but here it's all about distracting, right? This is what this Adept is doing here is it's keeping the Lings busy, keeping the Lings not scouting. So Zerglings are busy back at home. You can see 1 Zergling peels towards the left-hand side. 1 Zergling does slip out. Remember, there are no spores ready for this, and the Oracle is coming. He's coming, Pappy. The Overlord does not see this. Spores still on the way. Queens are somewhat in position. We're going for the dive again, going into the mineral line, getting 1, 2, 3 drone kills so far. Yeah, getting into 4 drones. A nice snipe. Oh, the Oracle will go down. 1 more shot. Oh, does fall. Big pick up here. 1 Oracle does get sniped, but we have another Oracle on the way, and that's still going to be 5 dead workers here early on. Yeah, 5 dead drones. No third expansion. Was that worth it? As Yakov, he now finds the Oracle, he finds the Stargate. And this is what we spoke about. Yeah, Shameless, he commits. Dives into the natural, sustains a little hull damage. Stargate is going to go down, and that means that Shameless is going to be stuck with 1 Oracle in the mid game. Oof. As opposed to if the Stargate was back at home, he'd have 3. So this means limited scouting, just limited utility here. As it's down to 1 Oracle and only 1. Oh, okay. I mean, you know, how better to make use of this position here? Just commit into a 2-base all-in. So 2-base all-in here from Shameless. No expansion in sight. A very chaotic mid-game. Yakov had a late third. Shameless has a non-existent third base. Throws down 3 more gateways, going for a big gateway explosion, building up to 6 gates. Oh my god. 2-base, 6-gate glaive adepts. That's a lot of adepts. It's going to hit hard. Now, Yakov should know that something is wrong. What does he see? Doesn't see the main, but seeing the lack of third expansion is a tell. And he's checking. You can see here, he's checking. Still no third expansion. That should ring some alarm bells. We have our safety Roach Warren. Yakov is double expanding. And we'll see if he can keep up. Likewise, he's trying to get eyes on any adepts. You can see they're being hidden here behind the wall. They're not being revealed. For all he knows, it could be Dark Templar, right? It could be DTs, could be Charge, could be adepts. Could be like 2 more Stargates and a Fleet Beacon. Okay. And here they come. He gets scattered. Okay, he does get scattered. He knows. We have 8 Roaches on the way. Yakov is getting ready. You can see the drone is in position to fully wall off. A nice setup here by Yakov. He's ready with the drone. Is it going to be enough? Shameless is supply blocked. Oh, that's brutal. I was like, he's only warping in 4 adepts out of 6. He is supply blocked here. So is YoungYakov. Everyone's supply blocked. Ah. So Shameless is lacking those warp-ins. Takes down 1 expansion. That's nice, but we need more damage. Shameless does rotate. Adepts in towards the 3rd. Likewise into the main. Catching out drones. Getting 5 drone kills in total, not bad. This is okay damage. But again, Shameless needs more. Remember, he's still on 2 bases. Like, there's still no expansion. There's no longevity here for Shameless. The longer this goes on, the better it is for YoungYakov. And this is taking too long. It's taking a little bit too long here. We need a little bit more urgency out of Shameless, but it might just be too late. There are just so many Roaches. Yeah, so many Roaches have built up. Now, there should be 2. Okay, there's going to be 2 Immortals. It's going to be like a Soul Train-esque follow-up all-in with Sentries, Force Fields, and Immortals. There's going to be 3 Immortals here for Shameless. Yakov is droning. This is a good thing for Shameless. If Yakov drones up too much, and if he double expands and gets like a 4th and a 5th expansion, and even now he's investing in resources here into Hydra production and now a Balian Nest as well. Shameless has a chance, but it's a slim one. Here he comes. We're missing an there we go. He's got all 3 Immortals. I believe there are 0 Ravagers, but 4 Ravagers just now morphing in. As I mentioned, killing the space doesn't really matter as much. It's not about the base, it's about the game. It's about winning the game here and now. Shameless commits in. Initial Biles lose zone away. Oof, 1 Bile connects. Let's go for the Guardian Shield. Force Fields will lock down a handful of Roaches. Tarzanite Ravager, a rough move command there out of those Roaches. Bailey's here to crash in. We get some okay connections, and oh god! As we do have a little bit of latency here, hopefully everything's okay. Boys are being pulled. Yakov are getting desperate. Yeah, the Force Fields are crazy here. Not enough Ravager Biles. Yeah, not enough Biles here. 1 Immortal goes down. There's 2 Immortals left. He's going for the dive. He gets 1 more. He wants him. No, he doesn't get it. Yeah, the Immortal barely gets sniped. There's 1 Immortal left. We need more reinforcements. Shameless is running out of steam. Looks like he does take over the expansion, though, just barely. With the power of 1 Immortal. Does he have enough? Oh my god, it's still getting quite close here, but it looks like there are enough reinforcements. Yakov goes to the biles. Barely doesn't die in the warp in. Prism pulls away, but there's no support. Yeah, there's no support. The final mortal falls. Yakov barely does survive. He barely does hold on. And then Yakov shuts down the all-in. Shuts down the all-in. Papi GG gets called. The all-in fails, and YoungYakov ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Yakov does tie the series up here. Again, Shameless, it was just a really brutal position to be in, to go into 6 gate glaive adepts but be supply blocked and not do enough damage. He denied a base and he killed a handful of drones. It was like 5 drone kills. Not good enough. Not good enough. Not going 6 gate 2 base all in. So in the end, again, he just did not have enough to sustain his army. He eventually went into his follow-up all in with 3 immortals. And I mean, again, he still traded quite well. He still killed 19 drones. But he barely didn't have enough. He didn't have enough reinforcements, and likewise, he didn't do the best job sustaining and keeping those immortals alive. He lost the first one quite quickly. Losing that first immortal, GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3, getting into the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Horrible time to lag. I think the lag was only for us casting. I don't think it affected the players, thankfully. But we're getting ready here for the ace match. And again, no surprises here that we're going to the ace match. As we mentioned, like, there's a very, very high chance for these 2 players to make it all the way to game 3. And how this story ends, it's hard to say. Hard to say. Let's go. So we're getting ready here into that final game. Looks like the other matches are still ongoing. Still ongoing. Looks like we just need a moment. Un momento. Nope. And game 3 is going to be on the Old Republic. Oh boy, we can see more aggression here. We can see more aggression happening here. As the Old Republic does have a relatively secure 3-base setup. I mean, the 3rd base is relatively open, but the 4th base is much more exposed. We can see YoungYakov being hyper-aggressive here. We'll see how we open up. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the red Protoss player, himself, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? And can he bring it home for Stanley Balls? It is Shameless. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player. We have his teammates also representing Stanley Balls. It is YoungYakov. And he's doing it again. He's doing it again. We do have the drone being sent out across the map. He's going for the proxy hatchery, going for the hatch block. Once again, the goal is to disrupt the opener, and this led into a really quirky build. If you recall, Shameless, his response to the proxy, his response to the hatch block, was to go for the proxy Stargate, but it wasn't worth it. Winding it back, if you recall, Shameless had a very rough start, and it made sense that he went for the all-in, because Shameless lost his first Oracle, and the second Oracle barely got any damage done before losing the Stargate. It was a really, really shaky start. That is a risk you take if you do go proxy Stargate. I would say it wasn't quite worth it. Was not worth it last game. So we'll keep an eye on this probe. We'll see if Shameless commits into another Stargate. Otherwise, he's aware of the hatchery. And he's going for the 2-gate response. This I do like. If you recall, I did bring this up last game, how this is my preferred reaction to the hatch block, is going for a 2-gate opener into a Cybercore, into double Zealot, into double Adept. It's a secure way to shut this down and to counterattack as well. And it does so without pulling any workers, right? It means that you have proper 1-base saturation throughout all of this. Yakov forced to expand elsewhere. Forced to take the unnatural natural. Probe does confirm the earlier timing of the spawning pool and the hatchery. Queen is on the way. The goal of this queen is to spread creep. Shouldn't get to that point, but we'll see. As there are the two zealots. And it looks like YoungYakov is all in. Lingers are amassing on both sides. So Yakov is making use of this larva, of course. Hatchery should go down. Can the queen pop, though? Up, it can, just barely. Yeah, queen does pop out. Can we get a tumor? Up. He's being sneaky. Yeah, tumor gets thrown down. Zealots are trying to move in. Can we get on top of the tumor in time? Barely not. The dev moves in as well. Going for the queen. Yeah, tumor does burrow. Massive moment here for YoungYakov. Gets a tumor. There's your detection, and this might just be too much. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. The queen goes down. This is going to be cleaned up here, but the pylon falls. Yeah, that should not have happened. The pylon barely goes down, depowers everything. And there's a very chaotic defense here for Shameless. Very chaotic. The hatchery does fall, but again, the tumor did finish. We're spreading creep. Oracle's back at home. There's going to be that revelation. As link speed is revealed. Behind this, Yakov is droning. His droning is saturating. As it settles, Yakov's worker count is still quite low. So it's a pretty low drone count. Shameless will re-expand. And we'll see what the Oracle can get done. Currently, there are no queens in the main. There's one queen at the natural. So drones will fall. Getting 1, 2, 3. Can we get up to 4? Ooh, 4 drone kills. 5? No, shot! We're being a little bit greedy. Yeah, we're being greedy here. That was very greedy of Shameless. Does sustain a lot of hull damage. Sniping 4 drones, not bad. At least the Oracle does survive. As Shameless even double expanding, getting his own natural and his third base. So double expanding from Shameless. Going for a Robo follow-up. Very interesting. This should be Robo into, I would imagine, Bay into early Colossus production. I would imagine. As he's just rotating in between the bases, checking for gases, checking for any fast lair. There's no tech, right? There's no tech. There's not really much going on here for YoungYakov. He's just now joining up. I do prefer Shameless's position. As Shameless, he has tech on his side, and soon to be economy as well. The Oracle's going for a drive-by, getting another 4 drone kills. Up! Oh my god, as the Oracle does fight too close to the sun. Does overextend. Losing 1. Meanwhile, 6-minute lair timing, very late lair. I mean, all the timings are thrown off just because of the awkward early game. It's been very awkward. As I mentioned, Robo into the bay. So Colossal production on the horizon here for Shameless. Things that do hit the third. Okay, nice counter damage. Getting 1, 2, 3. No battery. Yeah, battery is late. Getting us up 5 probes. Very nice damage here by YoungYakov. Yakov. At the same time, it does take it across the map. They get 1 drone so far. 2, 3. 4. 5. Not quite 5. There's 4 drone kills, not bad counter damage here, especially considering what was sustained across the map. Sheamus is holding his own. Second robo, double Colossus production. That's going to be a lot of lasers, a lot of Colossi. Now, what's scary here is that YoungYakov, I believe, is unaware. Yakov, he did see the robo. Okay, so he has an idea. He has an idea. Seeing the robo should scream Colossus. Behind this, though, it's going to be Roaches in the mid game. Should be Roaches until eventually Roach Hydra. You could argue there's potential for Muta play here because there's no blink. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the Spire, going for Mutas. Like, again, there is potential. I can see the logic behind this against a robo opener, but because of the lack of economy here, it's hitting so late. That's what, like, an aim in a Spire. And it also means that despite it not being a Twilight Council opener, Blink will be done. Blink is going to be done in time. So Shameless will have some anti-air. It's still on the Oracles of Scouts. Observer goes... No shot. Observer goes in. Doesn't quite get eyes behind the base. And he should realize something is wrong, right? What does he see? He sees gas. He sees a Roach Warren. He sees no Evo Chamber. This screams either a hidden Hydrogen or a hidden Spire or a hidden Infestation Pit. Shamelessly needs to dive, and he should. Yep, he goes in. Revelation, he sees a Spire. Big scat hit for Shameless. As you mentioned, the lack of information screams Spire. Or at least screams something.
Research is finished.
Is that Stedman? Okay. Este Shameless. So he's fully aware Phoenix production has begun. We have Corruptors on the way as a reaction to this. Now, YoungYakov, he knows he's been scouted, so he's opening Corruptor instead. This is very hard of the Swarm. If you remember, going like Roach Hydra Corruptor was a thing back when Colossus was like the dominant force of splash damage in PvZ. But again, this would have been like, what, back in like 2014, 2015? It was over 10 years ago. That was over 10 years ago, man. That's crazy. But yeah, Corruptors, they used to be a thing against Protoss back when Colossus were a lot more common. Pre-Legacy. Yakov, he wasn't even born by then. He was like, oh no. It was baby Yakov at the time. As Corruptors a zone away. They're revealed, of course. Corruptors are revealed. Again, he had bearing in mind that the intention wasn't to go Corruptor, but he had to because it got scattered. So there was a high chance that there were going to be Phoenixes. So he had to do something with his tech. And we've ended up in a really awkward kind of game state here where we have Ling Bane, Roach Corruptor against a robo-heavy army with Storm. Like, I don't really have much faith in what Yakov has kind of found himself in. It's like an amalgamation of like a Frankenstein army, and it has some potential for sure. Pre-Storm. That's what I'm concerned about. Like, that Storm timing is going to be brutal. But he's pushing pre-Storm. Can the Banes collapse in? Can he connect? Yeah, he's going for the dive. Station trap goes up. There's one, there's two. Bane up with the station traps, they just keep on going. Yeah, Banes, they crash into the Archon so far. Nice defense, but the Colossus are going down one after the other. The Corruptors, they go to town. They get all three Colossus. They take down all three. Going for the expansion, and YoungYakov, he's doing it. He's breaking this expansion. Yeah, breaks the base. GG gets called, and YoungYakov with Ling Bane Roach Corruptor. He breaks the fourth, and he does advance on into the next round. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, we got some really nice kiting, really nice stasis traps out of Shameless. I should have had more faith in the Corruptors, Fappy. They just went to town on those Colossus, and as I mentioned, it was crucial that that did hit pre-Storm, right? Storm was on the horizon. Storm wasn't ready yet. Was not ready yet. GG, well played. YoungYakov able to break on through and does claim the series. Whew. Hi. GG, well played. Yakov, he does overwhelm. He does claim the series, does advance on into the semi-finals, and my condolences to Shameless. Again, this could have gone either way. In my mind, it could have gone either way between Shameless and YoungYakov. Two very strong and very close players in skill, In the end, Yakov does advance on, and now we have our semi-finalists here. Okay, we have Creator. Creator, he is in the lower brackets, waiting for the winner of Percival and Geralt. Meanwhile, scrolling on up, we do have Yakov, likewise, waiting for the winner of Classic and Art. We are waiting. Whew, okay, so we have some downtime here. We have a little bit of downtime. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. We'll have either the upper or lower semis. I believe the lower semifinals should be ready first, just because the upper semis would take a lot longer. It was a much longer. Oh, yo, R took down GG Machine though. That's crazy. That's crazy. GG, well played. Meanwhile, Percival and Geralt, they're in a 30-minute game. Unironically, they're in a 30-minute game. That is insane. Esther, Geralt, and Percival. Down here, actually, hold on. Can I clean this up? Nah, not quite. But here, Percival and Geralt, they're in a 30-minute game as we speak. Oh boy. So, hopefully that didn't last too much longer here. But for now, we're going to be cutting to a short break. We're going to be cutting to a break. When we come back, we should have Creator versus the winner of Percival and Geralt. So take this time to get some snacks. Get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras, and we'll be back soon with our next series. See you soon. Back. See you soon. Beds, welcome back everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST. I do apologize for the delayed, for the extended break I should say, but regardless, we are back with the semifinals, the first of two. The semifinals are now upon us here. We have our PVZ Classic. He took down Art previously in the quarterfinals 2-0, and now we have our first semis ready for us. The winner of this series will advance on to the grand finals. Will it be a Protoss, will it be a Zerg? We are here to find out. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself representing Stouty Bulls. It is YoungYakov. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our PVZ. Coming into this, Classic has been on fire as of late. If you missed out, I do highly recommend checking out the VODs of our coverage of the GSL CK. We were one of the official English casters for the GSL last week, and Classic went on a tear. He all killed Team Maru. It was great. He took everyone down except for one. I think SOS was the only player he didn't beat because he didn't play against him. But in the all-kill format, he took down Maru, he took down Solar, he took down Cure, he took down Bjorn, he took down everyone. No one could stand and no one could face off against Classic, and he was able to win it all for his team. Again, I do highly recommend the VODs, bearing in mind that during the GSL series, or during the GSL broadcast last week, it was a Pro League format, the all-kill format, and then the ace match. If we did end up in that going that far, I do recommend checking it out. And as a reminder as well, actually, the second week of the GSL CK is tomorrow. Is going to be taking place tomorrow, so we have some more GSL action coming up in less than 24 hours. True. So again, we have been covering, we have been all over that, all over the GSL. And again, Classic has been kind of one of the highlight players of said GSL. And we'll see if YoungYakov can stand in his way. Again, Classic is the heavy favorite to win the entire tournament. It's going to be up to YoungYakov to pose, to stand in his way, and to threaten him, and to make him work for it, and to potentially even cause an upset. It will be an upset if he brings him down. Let's go. We're ready for it. We are ready for it here. So now our players are going to be opening up. Standard hashcast full. Welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is a very small map of the map pool. Small map, shorter rushes and spike ground. Aggression is favored on a map like 10,000 feet. And we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. Eyes are mainly on YoungYakov. I can see him cutting workers early and going for earlier tech as well. Whether it's the early Roach Warren, early Lair, we shall see. We did see a lot of attempted mutaplay last series. A lot of mutaplay with mixed results. Let's see what he goes for this time. And so now it is going to be that Stargate into Oracle, into the third expansion. Also, if YoungYakov has yet to confirm, as the Stalker will zone him away. Stalker does zone. And behind this, there it is, early Roach Horns. That's what, a 320-ish, 320 Roach Horn timing out of YoungYakov. Very early. With this, we will most likely be going for a Ling Roach all in. Lings for now, they're poking out. They do get a surround. The Oracle will defend. So far, so good here for Classic. You see Yakov getting extra Overlords to make sure he doesn't get supply blocked. All off of one gas. Did research Ling speed. Again, we'll soon be seeing nothing but roaches. There it is, 6. We have 6 roaches on the way. Once again, baiting out the energy here on the Oracle, getting us around. A nice pickup. Nice pickup here, and again, limited energy on these Oracles. Does force up serving once again, and this means that there's less energy to defend against the roaches. So very calculated moves here from YoungYakov. He's setting up. There's the energy overcharge. Once again, he's trying to force the pulsar beam. Does force it. Yeah, he does force it for the 3rd time, and that means that, again, there's barely any energy left. The all-in is coming. It's coming, Pappy. There's no overcharge. Roaches are waddling out. Again, limited energy on these oracles, and classic now scouts. Yeah, now he knows. Now he knows. Now he does confirm. The army's coming in. There's no battery. The surround. Yeah, there's no battery. Massive surround here. Breaks the natural. Going for the pylon as well. The oracles activate their beams. Boys are being pulled. Can the pylon go down? Barely can. Yeah, the pylon does fall. And Yakov, can he do it? He breaks into the natural. Probes are falling. The oracles are going to town here, but again, they're running out of energy. They're running out of energy here as we speak. There's one adept to defend. Yakov, he's so close to doing critical damage. He's so close. Un poquito más. Morphs in the Ravager. Saves the Roach. Oof. Yeah, piling down the pylon. There's a second energy overcharge, but the wall is broken. And at least they should flood in. Yeah, they should flood in. Catching the adepts, catching all the probes. We attempt to re-wall. Oof. There's a kill, not a cancel. There's 2 more gateways in the main. There's 2 more gateways here. Again, we're still rattling across the map, going for the expansion. Oh, are we wasting DPS here? A little bit concerned, as we could otherwise be killing more probes. But looks like, yeah, it's intentional. Yeah, he's targeting down the expansion. Behind this, Yakov is droning. He's droning, he's saturating. Has he done enough damage? We're down to 26 probes. Does he kill the expansion? He does not. If he fails to kill this base, that means he could have been killing those 3 or 4 probes. That could have been like 3 or 4 extra worker kills, assuming he doesn't get the expansion. She moves with the Lings, does force a pulsar beam. The expansion survives. Oof. So that's going to be a triple Nexus setup here for Classic. I mean, obviously the economy is still in shambles, that is true. But I feel like there's a little pressure on YoungYakov to go for a second all-in. For now, he's still saturating his 3 bases. Building up into Ling Bane. Does surround the adepts. Nice catch. Yeah, nice catch. Forcing the recall. Oof. Does barely save 3. That's 3 adepts that make it back. Oh, he wants the base. Can he get it? It's going to be a big investment. And he barely can. He barely does get the expansion. It costs him a lot of Zerglings. Yakov claims the expansion. Back at home, he's still droning. Hydra is on the way. He's trying to switch into Lingbane Hydra. He's forcing a counterattack, though. Uh-oh. He's forcing the counterattack. Overlords are exposed. Losing 1, 2, potentially 3 Overlords. Queens are moving forward. Okay, they can hold their own. Oh! Ooh, misses the transfuse. It does miss the transfuse. That's gonna be another queen. That's gonna be the first queen falling. Lings, they try to collapse in. Ooh, losing an oracle here. A nice pickup by YoungYakov. Nice pickup. Hydra production has begun. And Classic is all in. Classic is all in. He has no 3rd expansion. He's all in, papi. And all YoungYakov has to do is survive. Just survive. Live. Persevere, papi. Yep, there's extra gateways. I believe we have 7 back at home. Ooh, so it's going to be 6 at home and another one across the map. No, sorry, that's going to be 6 in total. So there's going to be a 2 base 6 gate all in. Blinks forward, crazy blink. As Yakov is up 20 workers, takes down the pylon, ensuring there's no expansion. Again, he has to fixate and focus on purely Ling Hydra. And unless there are some stasis traps, I feel like Yakov should be fine here. He can give chase. There we go, there's the first stasis. Gets baited. Yeah, base at the stasis, Lings they collapse in. And picking up a couple of stalkers. Waiting at that pulsar beam. Plus transfuse. Keeping the queen alive. Once again, efficient trades here from Classic. But we're building up that Hydra count over time. Building up more Hydras. Waiting for more injections. Yeah, queens are injecting. Collapsing in the army. Cashing out another stalker. Does find the proxy location. Yakov has to respect this. Yeah, he has to respect it. Has to pull away. Again, because of no Ravagers, force fields can slice him up. And he commits. Yeah, he does sort of step in. And he's done it. He breaks the oracles, takes down all the stalkers as well. And YoungYakov, he will start this series off with a win, with a leader, a classic over the favorite player. GG gets called, and YoungYakov, he takes the first game. Whew. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played again. Hyper aggressive all-in by YoungYakov, going for a 320-ish roach run timing, going for the early roach run. But if you remember, what was crucial about this all-in, or what was crucial about what made it work, was the Ling movement early on. Remember the Lings, they forced the NG overcharge and the pulsar beam of those oracles 3 different times to make sure that the oracles, by the time the all-in hit, the oracles, they had no energy. On top of that, because they were being kept busy by the Lings, they also didn't scout. They did not scout across the map. They did not see what was happening, didn't see lack of saturation, lack of drones, lack of tech, or the early army either. So again, there was no vision there from a classic, and again, it was just such an important setup there from YoungYakov. Very impressive. GG. GG. Very impressive fact. As that leads us into game number 2, and we'll see, can Yakov, can he pull off the upset? Can he do what Maru could not? Can he what Sola could not? YoungYakov. Again, the pressure's on. The pressure is on. And, ooh, we're loading into a much larger map here. Going to be loading into Winter Madness. Now, the build that Yakov went for works, and it helped. I should say the map did help on 10,000 feet, right? That is a very small map. That is the shortest rush distance from natural to natural. So that did benefit, and that did help assist the all-in. Now, coming into Winter Madness, this is where the map does work against you. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself. We have the South Korean Protoss for Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing Team Stowny Bulls. It is YoungYakov. Oh boy, and I'm a little bit concerned here as to the decision-making of Yakov coming into Winter Madness. So very quickly here, this map is a very large map in the map pool, very large map, long rush distance by ground, and as a result, it is safer here to build up and to get into 3 bases, 4 bases, into Skytoss. Classic is favored here on Winter Madness. All-ins are weaker, and what we have seen little from YoungYakov so far tonight has been Mutaplay. So I can see Mutaplay being an option, but getting into Spire, getting to Mutas unscouted against Classic and Winter Madness, it's going to be difficult to get away with. So we'll see. We'll see if he goes into Mutas. That's my assumption. But he might go for something a little bit different here. Might see fast Hydras instead. We might see a Hydra-based all-in, which I feel like is going to be weaker on this map as well. But we'll see. We shall see. YoungYakov playing so well right now. I mean, a lot of it, as we tried to emphasize, a lot of it came down to the map and it came down to the build. Like, that was basically like a sniper build on 10,000 feet, right? Like, it was like a sniper build, and it worked really, really well. But again, it was very map dependent, so we have to see something different here. We have to see something different, and because it's more macro oriented, it's going to be more difficult to try to catch Classic with his pants down. Not impossible, but more difficult. We'll see. So now Classic, he does disrupt some of the mining. We're pulling out. I think speed is on the way. Yakov, he pulls out of gas. Everything's looking normal so far. We're droning, we're saturating. This the counter spray, Patty. Let's go. Vámonos. Players are opening up. See Classic delaying the expansion, does disrupt the third. Adept, ooh, barely doesn't come in time. That was so close. It's like 1 second off. Casito, papi, casito. Oh, nice knife. Takes down the Adept. Doesn't lose any drones. Clean defense here from YoungYakov. As now there's only one Adept left. Has to 2-shot. Yakov does move out to disrupt. So Lings are being active. Adept does shade back home. And we're waiting to see here if it's going to be Lair first. My assumption is Lair first before Roach Warren, but again, eyes are on Yakov. Still joining, still saturating. Oracles are moving out. It is going to be a double Oracle opener into an earlier Twilight Council. Okay, hello. So very early tech. Very early tech here from Classic. Because it's so early, this could be one of two things. Either early +1 in charge into a very early charge timing, or early +1 in blink into a 3-base all-in. Oh. As the Oracles that get 2 drone kills so far. Catch out 2 workers. I'm leaning more towards charge, but we'll keep our eye on Classic as he gets 2 more drones, 4 in total. Nice damage. Twilight Council's done. Show us what you got. Glaives. Wait, what? this was not an option. Wait, what? Okay, so the curious thing for me here is that +1 is usually not coinciding with Glaive Adepts because it doesn't really benefit, right? It does not benefit Glaive Adepts. We do have a massive gateway explosion though on the way. Building up to 8 gateways. It's going to be 8K Glaive Adepts. I thought it was going to be 8K Blink, but okay. A crazy 3-base all-in. Or potentially 2.5-base all-in. So hyper aggressive here from Classic. I mean, if there's no Roach Warren... Ooh, yeah, there's no Warren. No Roach Warren here. We're going into fast Hydras. Yeah, layer into Hydra Tech. No Roach Warren, no Bailey Nest. Now, my criticism here is that I feel like even if Classic wins this game, I feel like you could do it without +1. Like, I don't think +1 is necessary, but sure. Gonna have Mass Adepts against purely Link Queen Hydra. I mean, Yakov, he has no answer. He has no good answer here for Mass Adept. Oh boy. Yeah, Yakov, he moves out. He does miss the Adepts. Oh, he sorts him. Yeah, that's what 4, which isn't a tell. Hydras are building up. Glaives are now done, so it's +1. I mean, I guess technically this is now going to be better for versus Hydra, I suppose. There's a charge follow-up into +2. And we're shading in. Classic going for the shade. He commits. Yeah, Lings, they cannot freely engage. 1 Hydra goes down. Stage Trap is going to be denied. Nice pick up, but the Lings, they just completely melt. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Lings are going down. We shade into the mineral line, and drones are going to be falling. Busting into the main. Oracle did fall. And so far, that's going to be 4 dead workers. No major economic damage yet, but we have more Adepts shading in. Yeah, more Adepts shading in. More drones are going down. This is quickly becoming critical damage. Losing up to 11 drones, and we're still not done. More Adepts are coming. Oh, Rick's standing here. Yeah, they try to make the... Oh, no, the move command! Yeah, it does move him back. Bleeding out more Hydras. Adepts have made their way into the main, again, causing over chaos, so a lot of havoc. 16, 18 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. And because of +1, now he has a cleaner follow-up into +2 and into charge lots. Yeah, much cleaner follow-up. He's done it. At this point, Classic has done it. He has broken a YoungYakov. Again, Yakov, he chose to skip Roaches. He chose to skip Banelings, which is standard, by the way. It's just not standard to go into Mass Glaive Adept like this. So he was caught with his pants down. Adepts overwhelm. Still finding more damage as well. Crazy. Shading to the main. Getting up to 30. Can we get 31? Ah, not quite. 30 drones. And now we have just an all-in here. We're just going for a counterattack. Yakov has nothing left. He has nothing back at home. Back across the map, we have Storm that's not quite yet done, but Charge is, and +2 is finishing up just in time for this defense. Okay, it's all or nothing for Yakov. It is looking bleak. Charges are revealed. Once again, the Lings, they melt. Massive storming on the Hydras. Oh, God. The storms are crazy. The storms are crazy. GG gets called, and Classic, he ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Classic does take game number 2 here. Again, Yakov, he chose to go for a Ling Hydra build. I thought it was going to go into mutas, but regardless of choice there, he was vulnerable to Mass Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts, they do snowball out of control. If there are no roaches or banelings to defend, it's very difficult to minimize losses with purely Ling Queen Hydra, and we saw that Classic just overwhelmed. Just snowballed out of control. GG, well played, and with that, we're getting to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. So loading into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Now, coming into game 3 here, this is where YoungYakov has more opportunities. Coming into game 3, this is going to be a much smaller map of the map pool. Aggression is favored on this map, and this is where YoungYakov can come in with a specialized all-in. We spoke about this previously on 10,000 feet, and these are the maps where you can come in with a very hyper-specialized build on 10,000 feet, on Tourmaline, and on Ruby Rock. Those are the 3 maps where you can try to pop off on and try to catch the Protoss player off guard. This does give Yakov some opportunities. Let's go. Let us go. So loading into game number 3, the ace match. I mean, already making it to the ace match is already a huge accomplishment here for YoungYakov. It's already big. Can he go bigger? And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. The blue Zerg player himself representing Stanley Balls. It is YoungYakov. Now, coming into Ruby Rock, because this map does favor aggression, I wouldn't be opposed to Classic playing very safe and going for, say, an earlier blink build. Just earlier blink, just have blink in time for an all-in, and have a stronger defensive setup here at the 3rd base. The problem is that your assumption is that we're going to be going up against like a 3-base all-in, and that might not always be the case here. So we'll see how Classic and YoungYakov decide to open up. We'll see when the tech is thrown down. Now, as solid as game 1 was for YoungYakov, I don't see a repeat working, so I don't like the idea of going for like a 330 Roach Warren into a Ling Roach all-in. I feel like your opponent's going to be a little bit better prepared for that sort of thing. Oh, okay. We do mix things up here, going for the hatch block. So hatch block from YoungYakov will delay the expansion. Remember, this is a hatch into gas pool. This is a very greedy build here from YoungYakov, and the goal is to disrupt. And Classic, clean response here to gate opener. It goes for a second gateway, it goes for the cybercore as well. If you remember, we spoke about this in the previous series. I'm not fond of the idea of pulling the boys, and we do see only 3 boys being pulled. Other reactions are to like pull like 6 or 7 workers, but here only 3, so a very respectable amount. This is to ensure that the base goes down and that you're able to expand freely back at home. As we have 1 probe that's not attacking. There we go. Yeah, a bit of miss micro there out of Classic. Now remember, this is not an all-in. Remember, like YoungYakov, this is a macro build. It's just designed to delay the opponent's expansion. This is very similar to, think of like TVP eBay block. This is the equivalent. It's the equivalent of an eBay block. We are delaying the expansion. Now the scary thing about this build is the follow-up from the Protoss. Classic, he has 2 Zealots and soon to be 2 Adepts. So it's going to go for a double Zealot, double Adept counterattack, and this can hit quite hard. Because the build of YoungYakov is going to have limited units to work with. Later Ling speed, limited Ling production, limited Queens as well. So it's going to be, it can be a very shaky defense. And here he comes. Here comes Classic. He's moving out. And this move out forces Lings to be made instead of drones. Whereas Yakov would like to be droning up. He likes to be droning at the moment. Would like to focus on this economy. Armies waddling in. Tars waddle in. Be so careful with these Lings. Yeah, Lings are trying to keep up with the shades. The drones are under fire. This is getting out of hand. So far, Yakov doesn't lose any drones yet. That's what you're soon. Up, up. As they pull away, the Lings, they try to collapse in. They surround two Zells, at least they shade into the main. They get one, they get two drones. And two drones going down, denying mine time as well, and Yakov will defend. Whew, he will defend here. It was a very shaky defense, did lose a lot of mining time in both bases, but does hold on. Does hold. Behind this, Classic going for his own Oracle. So Stargate into Oracle, standard follow-up. Yakov, he might end up double expanding here to get his third. Getting his third at a reasonable time. Considering the game state, it is late, but everything's going to be late. Ooh, that's a 420 lair timing. Okay, he's going lair first before expansion. So much faster lair out of YoungYakov. Are we thinking mutas on Ruby Rock? Not too in love with the idea. We'll see. Lotus hunted down. Likewise, we do have our third base being thrown down. That's a fast Twilight Council in comparison to the third. Classic might go Glaives again. Glaive ups are definitely an option now for Classic. And if YoungYakov is skipping his Roach Horn, then this will just kill. Didn't see the lair timing. But it does contain. Yeah, down goes the third. YoungYakov is stuck on two bases, and it's not going to be fast Spire, it's not going to be Mutas, it's going to be two base Hydra. Now, my big concern here is the potential for Adepts. Like, is this Blink or Adepts? It's going to be Blink, okay. Whew. That was close. Okay, Blink Stalkers at the Classic. He will have the stronger economy. Will be stronger. So was I poking between the bases? Getting one, getting two drones. And even getting into the mid game here is going to be difficult for YoungYakov. It's just been a very shaky start. Very, very shaky. Oof. Classic is moving in. Yakov trying to keep up. He's trying. Bleeding out of the drone. Workers going down. Blink is almost done. Yakov, he still doesn't have three-way setup. He's still not there. And Classic is reinforcing. Just reinforcing. Stasis goes up. Hydras are exposed. He's going for the kill. Going for the dive, and every Hydra's going to go down here. The third base is being broken, and Classic is snowballing out of control. Down to one Hydra. Yeah, there's one Hydra left. Down to zero. Yeah, there's 0 army units left here. The base is broken. Again, Yakov just had a very shaky early game. Could not saturate, could not build up. Again, he just not droned. And this is crippling damage. Or game-ending damage, really. As we're just rallying across the map. GG gets called, and Classic, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations. Classic, he will claim the series. And again, YoungYakov, he was able to hold his own, have a bit of a back and forth here. Game 2 was just really unfortunate. YoungYakov, he got caught with his pants down, trying to go into Ling Hydra, got caught up by Mass Glaive Adepts. Meanwhile, here in game number 3, we saw that YoungYakov, he had a really shaky early game. He tried to disrupt his opponent. Instead, he got disrupted. He had a really hard time dealing with the Adept aggression, right? The initial Adept Zealot aggression. It was a very shaky early game. He couldn't even get his third up and running. His third was late. He tried to go once again into 2-base lane Hydra, but couldn't quite get there. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was just a really rough economy for YoungYakov. He couldn't get his third fully saturated. He could not hold his own economically and hold his own into a longer game. But GG, well played. With that, Classic does advance on to the grand finals, and let's find out who will face off against him in this finals as we have our next semifinals ready for us here. It's going to be a PvP between Creator and Geralt. Un momento. Getting into our PvP as our players are ready with their Vitos. Bam. There we go. Players are ready. And I guess we can take a moment here to catch up with the brackets. Okay. Can I interact? No. What's going down here? We have Creator. Creator took down Nick Ractor 2-0 to advance onto the semis. Meanwhile, Geralt took down Percival 2-0. That's a big win for Geralt, by the way. Very impressive. I was favoring Percival coming into that series. Again, Percival, he has a very strong TVP matchup. Has even taken down some of the top players like Hero and Max Pax. So very impressive play there by Geralt. As instead we have a PV. Oh, we have nothing but PV. As unfortunately we don't have any more diversity coming into this. We were hoping to avoid this for as long as possible, but welcome one and all. This is the sparkling Protoss Cup. We have a Geralt versus Creator into Classic, purely Protoss remaining, which to be fair is what we're used to here. We were just hoping that we could maybe avoid that for a little bit longer. And again, I mean, to be fair, like, Percival, he was favored, right? Percival, he was favored against Geralt, so Geralt causing a crazy upset there, very impressive upset to make that PvP tournament a reality. Let's go. So non-stop PvPs from here on forward. But we got to experience a lot of PvZ at least in the lead up to this, for sure. We got to experience it. We got there. As we'll see if Geralt can continue this reign here and cause another upset and bring Creator down. My mind is so Cristiano focused, as we often see him in these tournaments, but not this week. Not this week. We have a different Polish Protoss player instead. Alright, let's go. Let us go. Oh, that's why. Cristiano, he's playing in RSL at the moment. I didn't even notice. But yeah, Cristiano, he's actually competing in RSL. I did see him coming online, so I was curious. I was like, what's going on? But he's playing his RSL group. Same with Bjorn. That's why Bjorn isn't here either. True. There's a lot going on this weekend. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself. We have the South Korean Protoss. It is a Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Let's go. Let us go. So building up into our PvP. And this might be a bit of a longer one here. PvP is usually very chaotic. It's usually very chaotic and very aggressive, and very short as well, including players like Classic, Hero, Max Pack, Showtime. They all in the hell out of each other. But I would say that Geralt is one of the more tame Protoss players in Europe, and Creator is the most tame Protoss in Korea. So seeing Creator go up against Geralt, this does look like a bit of a more macro heavy game here. I can see our players just going to gate opener, into Cybercore, into Nexus, into expansion, in towards maybe a Robo to be safe, into a third base, into the mid game. Eyes on Creator. Oh, let's go. Creator, he does veer up here and he says, you know what, screw all this macro nonsense. Nah, we're here to cheese it up, baby. Let's go. We're here to cheese it up. There's a pylon, there's a proxy, there's the one base all in. Okay, let's go. I appreciate it, Creator. I appreciate it. As Geralt does spoke in, Geralt, he's confirming that a pylon is missing. Pylon is nowhere to be found. Show us what you got. Just waiting for the Cybercore. I would imagine should be Proxy Robo. Bam! Proxy Robo. One base all in. And again, Geralt, he knows. As in, he knows that a pylon is missing, and he's looking for it as we speak. Geralt, he's scouting here on the center left. And also, my apologies, I just realized that predictions are now... Oh, wait, no. Are they open? Yeah, predictions now open. So I do apologize for the delayed predictions, but to get your Gamba going while you can. Gamba it up. Geralt, he's searching, and Geralt, he is checking the center area here. He does check the Tuna. He checks the Tuna. But it's a little bit more further out. No, not quite checking. Yeah, not quite. You can see he has a second probe here on the right-hand side, looking for the proxy Stargate. He does double back around, and he will confirm the Robo. A very late scout, but he does scout, at least. There we go, does confirm. Geralt setting up his third pylon in the main base, going for his own Stargate, but that's it feels like a delayed Stargate here from Geralt. He's diving on the pylon. No, he takes extra hits. Yeah, extra volleys. One Stalker goes down. Massive pickup. That's Geralt who will lose the Stalker. The Immortal will pop out. Oh no, another Stalker getting caught. Not like this. Every unit counts here this early on. Every unit counts. There's no way out of this. Ah. And that's 2 dead Stalkers for Geralt as the Immortal rallies across the map. The Immortal does rally. Prism is on the way. And this is a rough start for Geralt. Very rough. Not like this. As we have the drop into the main. The Observer follow-up here feels like we might even go for the Nexus. Has own Creator. And drops into the main base, does focus on the Stalkers. Oh, almost chasing them down. This Creator, he is reinforcing. But he has been banking a lot, and yep, there we go. He is expanding. That's why this has been feeling a little bit tame, and it's been feeling like there's been less urgency here, especially with the Observer. Creator is just macroing behind us. He could have just doubled down. He could have just committed it even harder into the all-in. But it's calming down after the opener. The Oracle does confirm. Gateway's under fire. And Geralt is going 1 base Disruptor. Let's go. I mean, he's behind, so you gotta do something crazy to catch back up. Disruptors are a way to play from behind. You can be down 20 army supply, but with a couple of well-placed Novas, you can win. You can swing a fight in your favor. So it is a bit of a Hail Mary play, but it's one of the options available. The other option would have been Dark Templar, right? Would have been DTs, but if you remember, because of the Robo, there's already an Observer, right? The Creator here already has detection. If it was like a Proxy Gateway Twilight Council, then DTs could work. Pylon will take a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Creator going for his own Stargate back at home. Can go into Phoenixes. As Geralt is going to try to break out. Bold move. Here comes a Nova. Nova goes up. Up! Oh, no connection. Very nice control here by Creator. Hot pickup. The Nova does not connect. Does force field. Oof. Yeah, getting 1, getting 2 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. There's a recall back home. Gets the hell out of here. Does escape. The War Prism might not, though. Yeah, the Prism and the Immortal might get picked off here. No, the Phoenix can lift. Locks down the Immortal. Creator coming in to reinforce. Can he save him? Up! The micro. Can he save it? He can, he will. No shot. He saves the immortal and the war prism. Estica, calm down, creator. Calm down. Didn't even need to. Yeah, Zova doesn't quite connect. Oh, Phoenix will catch Geralt out, forcing the recall. Once again, we have another Nova. This time it will still not connect the lift on the Disruptor. Crazy lift, Pappy. And with that creator, he will dominate. He will just overwhelm the army. We do have a flanking Nova. This time it takes down 2 Stalkers, so we get at least 1 connection. That's the only connection. GG gets called, and creator takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, just a very rough early game here from Geralt winding it back. Geralt here was caught out by the 1-base all-in. He lost 2 Stalkers early on. That was brutal. That meant that he could not fight for map control. He lost momentum. He was stuck on 1 base, and we saw the creator just expanded. He just built up from there, took his base, got further ahead with that Nexus, of course, and Geralt, he had to be creative. He had to go for his own 1-base all-in, going for the Disruptor. Again, it's very common to go Disruptor after a failed all-in. We see that quite a lot off of a proxy Robo, for example. And it had potential, but no major connections. No major connections. Again, it was just all or nothing there for Geralt. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, and we'll see if Geralt can bounce back. We'll see if Creator can close it out. Let's go. As we are loading into Tourmaline, and already my expectations are out the window. Like, I assumed that this would be a more standard PvP, especially with Creator getting involved, but clearly not. You know, clearly Creator, he's willing to be more frisky, he's willing to be more chaotic at times, and we'll see whose turn it is to proxy this time. As we load into a very small map, as we load into Tourmaline. I would say that because this map is so small, you can often just all in from back at home. You don't need to proxy, but we'll see. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is Creator. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Polish Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. Let's go. Let us go. Alright, building up. The GLHF. Did we not start with that? I guess not. I guess not, though. But here we go. We are going to be settling in. Again, once again, we have our initial 2 gate openers. At least it should be. We'll see if anyone cuts corners and goes for a passive Cybercore. There we go. 2 gate open out of Geralt, 2 gate open out of Creator. So far, so good. We're opening up. Here we go. Geralt said it ages ago. No, yeah. I'm referring to the fact that Creator said it so late. That's what I'm referring to. I was like, it was a late GLHF. But hello, Geralt. As Geralt, it's going to be his turn to go for the proxy pylon. Now, based on this location, this is too far for a proxy robo. We can double back around and go for a Stargate. So it's either Stargate, Twilight Council, or fake pylon out of Geralt. Oh. That is I believe that's the 3rd pylon, though. Okay. That was the 3rd pylon. Bearing in mind the Creator, he did see the initial 2. Yeah, he's setting up for his own expansion, going for his own Stargate. Are we going for a Twilight Council opener into Hidden Tech later on? Because there's not much reason here for this pylon then. Like, if it was just a reinforcement point for Adepts, it'd be a little bit closer at the 4th location. So, interesting. Interesting setup. Again, both players are expanding. Creator does move out. He's just poking in. The battery isn't quite done. Can we pick up the Stalker? Oh, nice force fields. He trades. Yeah, he does trade 1-to-1. So that is better for Creator. Yeah, Creator does that trade. Bearing in mind that it wasn't just a 1-to-1 trade, that was also 3 force fields as well. Which means less scouting. It means that no hallucination. At least not without the energy overcharge. So overall, that was a better trade for the blue Protoss. Oracle's on the way. Maybe spot a pylon, but this early on, it was. I mean, so we'll get into it a little bit later as the Oracle is moving in. Oracle does move in, does get eyes on the main, doesn't quite confirm the tech of choice. So typically when you proxy and hide the 3rd pylon, it is to be a little bit cheeky here because your 3rd pylon is usually on the low ground. Unfortunately, early on, I believe a Creator, he just poked in, saw 2 pylons, then just left. So like, unfortunately, like weren't quite able to make use of this pylon to its fullest effect. We are going for a proxy, we are warping in across the map, but Creator, he will actually find this. Oh my god, he finds the Adepts. Finds them early. Double Oracle into the main, they can one-shot workers, getting 5, 6, 7 probe kills, crazy damage, 9! He gets 9 kills early on. Oh, 1 Oracle does go down, but that is still worth it. Getting 9 workers, Adepts are moving in, but remember, Creator, he scouted, he knows. He knows they're coming. And Creator takes a lead. Creator, he does take a lead. Getting his own proxy pylon. Adepts, they make their way into the main. Will commit. Remember, 2 Adepts taking 1-shot probes. He gets 1, 2, getting up to 3 probe kills. Can we get 4? Oh, can. Okay. Not bad. 4 workers go down. Not a bad trade here for Creator, considering he got scouted. But do you see what I see? So, Creator, he's staying on a 3-gate setup before expanding. So 3 gateways into Blink, into a 3rd expansion. Creator, he's delaying his 3rd expansion here for extra gateways himself. There's an extra gateways. Gets his proxy. Now goes for the expansion. With extra gateways, he should be able to build up and threaten the 3rd base of his opponent. Should be able to. Oof. His Oracle pokes in. And does barely not get a 2nd probe. The Oracle barely gets away. Geralt, he does spot the army. Blink is now done. Creator's pushing. And remember, he can reinforce across the map. Ooh, brutal supply block. Oh no. Throws down 2 more pylons. Yeah, 3 pylons on the way to the forge as well. Creator, he was supposed to warp in across the map, but he is heavily supply blocked. Ay, ay, ay. That does slow Creator down. 15 to 8. He has double the Stalker count anyway. It's fine. He has double the Stalker count. He overwhelms, does move in. Thankfully, the battery does help hold. He's holding on. The Oracle into the mineral line. Probe's going to be falling. There's the energy overcharge. The shield battery does run out of energy though. Yeah, the battery runs out, but Geralt, he is barely holding on. And again, imagine this push, but with 4 extra Stalkers. With 4 extra Stalkers, I mean, that most likely would have killed Geralt. If you had those warp-ins. Geralt, he still has to be careful. Does have to be careful, does barely pull away. Creator, he knows he has momentum. Nice spin control. He does make away, there's the energy overcharge. Geralt, can he barely hold on here? The boys are being pulled. Yeah, he does pull the boys, but Creator, he smells blood in the water. He dives in. Yeah, he takes down 1, 2, 3 more stalkers. There's only 4 stalkers left. And Creator, he's done it. He has broken the third. Down to 3 stalkers. Soon to be 5. So he's barely warping in. So is Creator. Yeah, still warping in himself. And GG. Creator, he will claim the series 2-0. He will advance on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Creator, he was able to excel here. We did have our relatively standard openers. Of course, Geralt did hide a pylon, which kind of came into play later on with the warpins across the map, but didn't really find too much damage. The oracles did excel though. The oracles were doing so much in the main and the natural. 9 probe kills went down initially, then another 4 workers throughout the course of the game. So the oracles, they did so much damage. And of course, Creator, he delayed his third in favor of extra gateways. So he was much more aggressive, much more assertive. He was able to break that third eventually. I was impressed that Geralt, he held on to the third base initially, but only for so long, right? He only held on for so long. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, Creator. He will claim the series, he will advance on, and now we have the grand finals. Oh boy. Coming into this event, they were the top 2 seeds of the tournament, and I was hoping that we could see them disrupted a little bit, and we did see YoungYakov take a game earlier, but only a game versus Classic. In the end, it's going to be Classic versus Creator in a best of 5. Let's go. Let's go. As I have to turn on my VPN, and Vitas are underway. So for the time being, we're going to be going on a short break. I'm going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have the grand finals. We'll have that best of 5. See you soon. See you soon after the break. back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we returned. We returned here with our grand finals. Those grand finales here. It's going to be a PvP between Classic and Creator, but before the grand finals, it's time. It's time for what? It's time for La Rifa. Let's go. Let us go as we search things over and catch up on not just the bracket, but on the random raffle. Every single week here during Sparkling Tuna Cup, we do have something special. We have something special for the players, the random raffle. Let's go, Piper. Let's go. Again, every player that did compete tonight, as long as you didn't forfeit, as long as you did not give a walkover, is equally eligible for an extra prize pool of 5 USD. Bam! As you can see here, this week we have 25 eligible players to earn an extra 5 USD. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. It's just a way to spread the love and spread the support as well, not just to the top players, but also to potentially one of the players from the early rounds as well. I mean, everyone is equally eligible. It could go to Classic, or it could even go to Shameless, or YoungYakov, or GG Machine, or Minizerg, or anyone and everyone are all eligible. Let's go. As this week, who's it gonna be? This week the random raffle winner is ay, este Azura, papi. GG, well played. God, big shout out to Azura, the Italian Protoss player, for walking away with 5 extra USD. GG, papi. GG, well played. I believe Azura did go down earlier in the bracket. Let us quickly see. I believe it was in the lower half of the bracket. Was it Azura versus Percival? Yes. So Azura took down Dead Remus earlier and went down to Percival in the round of 16, but despite that, does walk away a little bit richer with 5 USD. GG, well played. Shout out to Azura for walking away, for earning that raffle, and of course, hashtag rigged in the chat. Of course, man, of course. Como siempre. Shout out, I didn't see the runner-ups. Who was the runner-up here? Samusel, Cossit. Oh, okay. A lot of amateur players. Nurim, Shameless towards the end. Okay. Let's go. Congratulations. Also, very quickly, if you want to help support the tournament in a different way, you can do so via Patreon. Bam! Exclamation mark at Patreon in the chat, and you'll get a link to the... and you will get a link to our Patreon. Our Patreon does fund this tournament on a regular basis. Again, we do host this event every single week here on the CranKy Ducklings, and it is all funded by the people for the people. You can actually see the Patreon just under my camera here. You can see our current goal and how much we currently earn, and how much our next goal is going to be, as we have a bunch of stretch goals to grow the prize pool even further and grow our tournaments even further as well. So you can help support us via Patreon if you wish. Again, that helps us fund not just the Tuna Cup, but also the Sea Duckling Open and the Masters 1 Open as well. As you can see on my left, we do host 3 events here on a regular basis. Tuna Cup is a weekly, and the other 2 events are monthly tournaments for amateur players. They're for up-and-coming players that are either Diamond or Masters, or I guess even lower technically as well. But again, we do host those events on a regular basis. You can help support us there if you wish. Otherwise, you can also just follow us. You can find our VODs over on YouTube. You can follow us on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, all things CranKy Ducklings. We do host and post on a regular basis, and you can interact with us on Discord as well. Do you have a Discord server? Otherwise, we are getting ready here for the grand finals. Again, the players, they did ask for a moment here. They did ask for a moment before jumping in. Bam. There we go. Just catching up. Looks like we have a Vito's game 1 is going to be on Taito Citadel. Game 2 is going to be on Winter Madness. Game 3 is Old Republic. If we get there, Game 4 is going to be on White Rabbit, and Game 5, likewise, if we get all the way to the Ace match, is going to be on Ruby Rock. Let's go. Now, when it comes to PvPs, we do expect this to be a shorter series. I mean, hey, we just had one with Creator versus Geralt. We saw some hyper-aggression with Creator going for a 1-base all-in, going for the Proxy Robo in Game 1, and Game 2 going for a higher gateway count on 2 bases, going for a delayed third, and being hyper-aggressive with 4 gate-playing Stalkers. catching Geralt off guard and catching Geralt with his pants down, not just with the Blink Stalkers to be fair, but also with the initial opener, with the Stargate, with that early economic damage, leading into the eventual Blink Stalker play as well. So it was a bit of a 1-2 punch in game 2. But Classic is also known for being aggressive, right? Classic is known for getting into the dirt, for getting messy here with his opponent. He's very, very messy at times in PvP. And he's usually the aggressor as well. Usually. So we do need a moment. Likewise, hope you've all been enjoying the broadcast so far. It has been, it feels like a little bit shorter than usual. I mean, I say that, it's still going to be around 4 hours long. True. But it's been a pretty intense week of StarCraft, and thankfully we should be slowing things down a little bit. We spoke about this previously, but February and March has been very intense for us, catching up on all the StarCraft. Bearing in mind, we will be posting an official announcement later, but GSLCK week 2 is tomorrow in less than 24 hours. Again, we were one of the official casters last week, and we're going to be the official caster this week as well. It was us alongside Trigger casting GSLCK over on Soup, and we have the rebroadcast here on the CranKy Ducklings on Twitch. But that's going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. You actually just saw a glimpse of it earlier in the schedule. But here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss. It is a Creator. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, also from South Korea, representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chats. Coming into this, Classic is the favorite player. That is true, but at the same time, Creator, he is someone that can threaten, that can bring him down. There's a reason why he also made it here to the grand finals. We have seen him bring down Classic before. We'll see if we can do it again. Can he do it again? Let's go. Bearing in mind the Classic has been on fire as of late. Again, he was the ace player of GSLCK week 1, where he was able to bring down the entirety of Team Maru. I do recommend the VODs. We again did cast it live over on Soup. The VODs are over on YouTube, but again, Classic, he just popped off against Maru, against Kira, against Bjorn, against Solar, against everyone. It was crazy. Este Classic. He could not be stopped. He was an animal. And now he's here for more. He's here for more. So players are opening up. The Creator was also one of those players as well. True. He was also on Team Maru. True. Oh, as great minds think alike. Oh no! As we throw down the pylons and they're both right next to each other. Creator, he does spot the pylon of Classic. Classic, I believe, did not spot the pylon of Creator. Ooh, so Creator, he has a little bit of extra information here. As a result of that, he can opt to focus down that pylon and bring it down. But with the pylon finishing, he sees, they see each other. God damn it. Now, it looks like fake outs. Yeah, it looks like we have 2 fake outs here from both players. The Creator, he confirms that there is nothing being built. So Creator does confirm, and we're just playing standard. Yeah, playing standard, going for fake pylons, but both players spot each other. Este Classic. Este Creator. Let's go. So I guess we just get into standard games. Obviously, these pylons are under threats, and they can go down coming into the early to mid game. We don't want to rally any units towards them yet, otherwise you'll be out of position. Especially this early on. Nexus gets scouted. We have double Stalker out of Classic, we have double Adept out of Creator. Adepts are faster, they're built to harass. And Classic does go for the pylon, he's getting baited. So Classic will kill the pylon, meanwhile Creator, he wants economic damage instead. Now there are going to be 2 sentries. The sentries are in position, but the Adepts, they should shade into the main. They should. And, ooh, they will not. Probe was in position here. Okay. Oh. Force Fields, they lock down the Adepts. They at least try to. How do we trade? One Adept. Oh, does get picked off. Clean defense here by Classic. Classic, he defends. He kills one Adept. He snipes the pylon as well. Everything's looking up for Classic. So far, so good. Now, what does Creator have? Creator has a slightly faster expansion and a slightly faster Twilight Council, but that's kind of it here. I mean, I guess it is up 2 workers as well. True. So Creator has a slight economic edge. You know, Classic is moving out. Does intercept. Nice catch. Oof, yes, shutting down the second Adept as well. Oof, doesn't get away. Creator trying to hunt Classic down. They spot each other. Then Creator gets caught out. Yeah, he's getting caught here. Extra volleys, extra shots, and he will lose another Stalker almost. But Creator, he cannot fight head on. He has to pull away. Classic's going to beat him to his own expansion. Oh, there are reinforcements though. Gets Stalker. Gets one. Oh, they trade. They trade 1-1 here. Very nice force field. Zoning Creator away. Trading as best he can. Oof. And in the end here, it was a... looks to be slightly better for Classic. Slightly. Oh. Yeah, barely up by 1 Stalker. Classic goes 5. Creator did kill all the sentries though. True. True. Did lose all the sentries. I would say slightly better fight for Creator. Does trade better. Does retain those sentries. And both players expand. Both players, they back off, they expand. It's still very tense between the two. Still very close. Creator, he retained all the sentries. Classic, meanwhile, did take a slight worker lead. Oh, did I speak too soon? Two Adepts, they shade in, and they will kill. They're getting 1, 2. Can we get up to 4? Can we get 4 probes? We can. Can we get 5? Oh my god, 5 probe kills. Very nice damage. 5 probes go down. It wasn't just 5 workers, but also forcing the recall. That might come into play later on. So recall is now on cooldown. Likewise, Classic is being active. Creator is aware. Both players building up into the mid game. We have charge +1. Standard follow-ups. And yeah, we're getting into the mid game. We're getting there. It's still very close between the two players when it comes to their current like tech options and their current setups. We have no big deviation. Both players are working to charge. Both players are working towards Archon production as well. I spoke too soon. Classic is missing charge. Not the first time we've seen a top player skip or miss charge by accident. But charge is not there. That is a big part of mid-game PvP. Yeah, it's a mistake. I was gonna see if he warps in Zealots. He has warped in Zealots here, so he does 100% assuming that he has charge. It's a big oversight. We'll see when he notices. It might not factor in. This is warping in more Zealots, but again, without charge, he cannot dive on the army. He cannot fully engage. He should notice now. Yeah, Zealots taking in. They're getting into all the Stalkers. Yeah, massive Higos. They're picking up 1, 2 Stalkers already. The Archons are a little bit far back here for Creator, but he's pushing through. And pushing through the Zealots. More Zealots are on the way. And Classic's being overrun. Yeah, he's just being overrun here. Yeah, now he starts. He noticed. He starts charge. GG gets called. He never got it. And creator, he will take game number 1. GG. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. Again, it happens to the best of us. It even happens to one of the best Protoss players in the world. Again, Classic is what, top 2 Protoss, and even he can forget charge at times. GG, well played. We saw charge being researched at the very end once he realized they didn't have it. Without charge, he couldn't properly engage or even disengage from his opponent. So just a really, really rough setup there. He was being overwhelmed by creator. Creator had the better start because he had charge. He dove on the first 3 stalkers. It went down instantly. The army was out of position. GG. GG, well played. It happens to the best of us. I mean, we've seen Classic and Hero. We've seen even Max as well. We've seen them all forget charge. Beyond is notorious for forgetting +2. forgetting +2, and also combat shields. Like, that's happened to Beyond quite a decent amount of times throughout the course of his career. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into it and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, but leading the series 1-0. It is a creator. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss himself, representing Protoss Pro. It is a Classic. Let's go. Let us go. I think we've seen Rainer forget Hydra speed once. I think that's happened before. Either Hydra speed or Hydra range. I think speed. Yeah. That was maybe like last year. It happens. Oh, hello, creator. I mean, creator, he has momentum, by the way. He has momentum, and he's rallied here towards the left-hand corner of the map. But he will be spotted. Ooh, does get scouted, and you can see he was forced to reposition there. Again, the initial plan was to proxy here on the left-hand side, and he does veer off once again. But did Classic notice though? Did he notice a creator? He had to like repath his probe. It depends if he was watching. Like, if he was paying attention at the time, that he might have noticed that the probe had to re-rally. He might have noticed. It's going to be the 1 base all in. Prime location for a proxy robo. Waiting for the cyber core. This will be an awkward location for a Stargate. Usually you can kind of tuck it away a little bit further back. And there it is, robo. So proxy robo, 1 base all in at a creator. Classic, does he check this area? He does. Yeah, he moves over. Oh, he does. Yeah, there we go. He does confirm, does get eyes on the robo. He's fully aware. He's fully aware of what's going on. Behind this, he should be setting up defensively. There we go. Defensive robo out of Classic. Very safe build. And Classic, he should be okay here. It still comes down to control, but Classic has the advantage. Depth shades in. We're getting into the first pylon. The second pylon will keep this power, thankfully. As there are 2 pylons. Stalkers are spotted. And I believe stays the pylon. I'll say the pylon. Classic does move away. Behind this, just trying to buy time for his own immortals. As creator forces to turn back around. Pylon will be sniped. Oh. Takes on the pylon. Forcing it to be replaced. And again, this is still just buying time as well. It's just buying time. Allowing Classic to build up. Getting a battery. Sorry, getting another pylon. Now getting a battery. Oh, does not catch a Stalker though. Yeah, a bit of a waste of the force field. Does get some massive volleys off though. Triggers her shields. Hold damage on 2 Stalkers. Rough start for creator. Rough start. I forgot to reach her speed too, IRL. No, I stopped. No. If you missed it, ISO, we did cast your replay, by the way. We cast it the other day. You're an animal. You're an animal. As creator, he will bleed out one of the stalkers, I believe, but at the same time, he does take down 2. Okay. Takes down 2 stalkers. Rotating into the main. We saw you 12, Paul. Like an animal. A nice side of the pylon, disrupting the production here. Depowers the Robo. Creator, he will now take an immortal lead. That's a big moment. Okay. Creator, can he pull this off? We're now protecting his pylon. Classic going for a counterattack. Back at home, there are 2 stalkers in position. There is a shield battery as well. Still very tense. He cannot easily push up the ramp, but he does have 3 immortals. He can bait out force fields. He can juggle. Ooh, that's 1 stalker goes. Oh no, the overextension! We're losing 2 stalkers. Yeah, 2 stalkers go down. Does he force a recall? At the same time, creator committing up the ramp. Breaks down 2 gateways. But again, the force fields are stopping him. Nice hold damage on the War Prism. Creator barely holding on. Does he get up? There's a force field. And no force field. Yeah, no force field was zoned away. Boys are being pulled. Classic in danger. And Creator, he's doing it. Creator, he's doing it. Nice micro, nice control. Takes out the Immortal, going for a massive warp in. And Creator, he takes over the main. At the same time, Classic trying to attempt the same across the map. He's attempting. Takes over the main base as well. We're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade, but Creator, he has a proxy. True. He has a building out in the open. He's got a building. Oh, the Immortal will pop out. Yeah, the Immortal's on the way. Barely does pop. Nice save out of Creator. Nice control. Oh my god, the juggling. He saves it. He saves it, Patty. Now, do we have any workers here? Looks like we have no probes. No probes for anyone. But these are the final buildings. Yeah, the final buildings here. GG gets called. Creator, he will claim game number 2. He's up 2-0 in the finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, it was such a risky move out of Classic to go across the map with his War Prism. That meant that he had no micro back at home. He was lacking one of the Immortals as well, but he was already down an Immortal because he did lose power on his Robo, if you recall. When he lost that Robo, when he lost that Pylon, it meant that he was down an Immortal. It meant that he was down when it came to the army. There was a lot of pressure on him, of course, and he had to make the choice to go across the map, and it wasn't worth it. Was not worth it. As soon as he moved out across the map, Creator moved in. Creator, he moved in. I also want to give credit to Creator's force fields. If you recall, we saw that Classic, he had 2 or 3 sentries on top of the ramp to force field and cut off the ramp, but because of the counter force fields of Creator, it meant that the sentries were far behind. It meant the sentries, they were trying to engage, but the force fields did actually push them further back, so they could not force field the ramp. Couldn't force field. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 3, and spawning in the top right hand corner of the Old Republic, we have the South Green Protoss. We have the Blue Protoss leading the series 2-0. It is a Creator. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the South Green Protoss, representing Virtus Pro down in the series. Can he bounce back? Can he force the ace match? The pressure is on. It is a Classic. Let's go. Let us go. As we are getting into potentially the final game of the series. Classic, he's crazy. He's going gate expand. He's going gate expand. Hyper greed out of Classic. Probes, they do scat each other. Creator, he does move out across the map. And Creator, upon seeing this setup, he should one base all in. He should just one base all in against this. He should punish. Classic is being greedy. He's cutting corners. Creator does confirm. We have to make the choice. 2 gate open out of Creator. He's going for the pylon block. So he will delay the expansion. He should force out the Stargate. The other response that Creator could go for is he can go for his own Stargate opener and go for his own expand. There's a Cybercore. Creator, he finds a pylon so he knows where to scout. If there's a Stargate, it should be here. Likewise, forcing out a Zealot. And Creator is back in time to pylon block. Likewise, it's on a Classic to confirm what's happening as well. Classic does scout both pylons so he knows that there's no proxy. And he should also scout to see if there's a Stargate. It's all about the Stargates. It's a pylon. There's the first Stargate for Classic. Should be opening up Oracle. Do have a backup pylon block, delaying the expansion. Creator, he might just expand himself. Yeah, he's going for it. He's going for the expansion. Up. Oh my god, does cancel in time. There's a Nexus. So we have technically a better economy for Creator, and we have a better tech for Classic. Classic, he does have the Stargate into Oracle. Creator, he should know that the Oracle is coming, and it's on Creator to make sure he doesn't take any losses. It's to minimize losses against the Oracle. Otherwise, Creator will fall behind. And it's on Creator. Shades into the main. Gets one. One probe goes down. Nice control out of Creator. He does only lose one. Going for the Twilight Council. Hallucination gets in, confirms the Stargate. Oracle is on the way as we speak. And Creator, he needs to be able to shut it down. We have 3 sentries and a Stalker in the main base. Natural is just the one Stalker. And it looks like Classic is waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the second Oracle. So remember, 2 Oracles, they can one-shot probes. So even if there's a shield battery, it won't be enough to save the mineral line. It won't be enough. Oracles are moving in. Creator behind this is going for extra gateways and building up in towards Blink. So it's Classic. Oracles, they hit the main. They go for the knife, they get 1, they get 2. Oh, we're losing one of the Oracles though. Just barely. We'll lose 1. That is not worth it for Classic. We're sniping 2 probes. As Classic is just getting a third. Building up into a third base. Classic just macroing out of this. Creator, he may do the same. He also has to confirm what's going on. As Creator, he's just getting a third gateway. Now moving out with Hallucination. If he's just reacting to what he's scouting, he's 1 step behind. Just 1 step behind. Scouts a third. Creator, he has to apply pressure. No, as he moves down, the Oracle moves in. Oh, 2 more probe kills. Keeping Creator busy. He's trying to apply some pressure, but he doesn't really have much to work with here. Yeah, he's going for it. Going for the proxy pylon, no expansion. 2 base all in. 2 base all in here by Creator, I believe, on 4 gateways, not getting a 5th. Blink is done in 2 seconds here for Classic. He has Blink himself. Yeah, and Creator's overextending. He's overextending here into a Greater Concave. More reinforcements on the way, but they're late. Oof, he gets punished. Who punishes who? Picking up an extra 2 Stalkers. It's still close. Yeah, it's still very close here. Creator, can he overwhelm? Battery's out of energy. Yeah, there's no more energy. Wasting a little bit of DPS. Stalkers, sorry, the probes are tanking. They tank the Stalkers. They're so low. They're so very low here. Classic barely hanging on. He's holding. Creator's committed once again. The probes are tanking well. They tank so many volleys there, so many shots. And remember, Creator's all in. Like, Creator, he can't macro behind this. I mean, he's going for a third, but it's so late. Yeah, it's so late, but he cannot break this position. Again, now there's 3 batteries. Classic is held. Classic's getting further ahead. And the all-in has failed. The all-in has failed. Now Classic can start to saturate to build up his own third. Look to counterattack, going for the stasis. And the longer this game goes on, the worse it's going to be for Creator. Just Creator, he has no saturation, he has no upgrades either. +1 is on the way for Classic. Again, it did feel like the all-in from Creator, it just hit a little bit too late. I mean, it was very lopsided. His reinforcements weren't all together. And Classic should overwhelm. Now pulling away, going for the Dark Shrine. Okay, why not? Going for DTs. Currently, there is no form of detection here for Creator. There's no Robo, no Stargates. Oh. Yeah, bleeding out more Stalkers. Nice target firing at the Classic. Getting 1, 2, 3 Stalker kills. And what's important is that Classic is just keeping him busy. Just keeping him busy until the Dark Shrine is done. And if we see no Robo soon, the Dark Shrine is just going to insta-GG. It's just going to insta-GG. If the Dark Templar waddle in. There's the Robo. He's getting his detection. Classic now claiming a 4th base. Another expansion. Dark Shrine is almost done. It looks like there might be enough time to chrono out to 1 observer, but by the time that happens, it might be too late. It's only 1 DT. Okay, it's only 1 Dark Templar. So this shouldn't do game-ending damage. It could have. It totally could have. The observer's on the way. DT still finds damage though. 1, 2, 3, 4 probe kills. Oof. Getting up to 6. Nice trades out of Classic. And it looks like now he's just moving out. He's got the better upgrades, he's got the larger army. Again, it all just comes down to the failed all-in that Creator went for earlier. Just the failed all-in. Classic is moving forward. Again, just rotating. Defending this 4th base is going to be difficult here. Creator, he might be able to come in from behind and snipe the Prism. That's maybe the best chance. To collapse on the War Prism. But otherwise, in a head-on fight, he just doesn't have the numbers. As that'll take a lapse in. This time we have charge, true. This time charge is resource for Classic. Overwhelms the Zealots, getting on top of the Archon. Prism goes down, denying the warp in. And Creator, he's just overwhelmed. He's overrun. As there was no defending the 4th base. GG gets called, and Classic does fight back, does put a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Does put a point on the board here. Again, we have a back and forth. We have a series, and we'll see if Classic can force the ace match. The pressure is still on. The pressure is on. Creator still needs almost 1 more game to claim the series. We'll see if he can. We'll see if he can. Ah, no. Ahí están. Yeah, my pools up. I decided something had to happen. Oh no. Yes, you're like, hold on. I have all my pools. What do I do now? Oh no. Ahí está. So good, so good. I hope that was the first of many games that were played on the ladder. Ahí está. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into our next game. Going to be loading into game number 4. And again, we'll see if Classic can force the ace match or if Creator can close it out here and now. Spawning in the right hand corner of White Rabbits. We have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself. Oh, down in the series. But again, looking to bounce back. Representing Virtus Pro, it is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss leading the series 2-1. It is Creator. Here we go again. Classic going for a very greedy build last game, and he got away with it. The reality is he got away with the greedy build. He got away with a faster expansion, got away with the Stargate opener. The Oracles, they were able to contain his opponents. He was able to build up here on 3 bases. Creator was forced into the all-in, but alas, the all-in did fall on its face. It did feel like the execution of the all-in left much to be desired. It did feel like Creator was maybe a little bit too... maybe a little bit too impatient. Like, it felt like he moved in too soon before his reinforcements arrived. But if you remember, the reason why his all-in was so lopsided is because of the Oracle. He had to keep 4 Stalkers back at home to defend against the Oracle, so that delayed the strength of his all-in and the strength of his push. It delayed his timing as well. So there were a lot of inefficiencies when it came to the execution of Creator's all-in. But now we're getting to game number 4. So far, 2-gate. 2-gate opener out of Creator. Likewise, Classic doing the same. So 2-gate openers all around. And so far there's no proxy. There's no probe on the map, there's no pylon, there's no shenanigans. From here, we're just building up. We're looking to expand, claim our naturals. There's no setup for our proxy, there's no pylon, there's no shenanigans. We can see that Creator, he was attempting to delay, and he does get the pylon. Oh no! Yeah, probe gets hunted down, there's a cancellation. Classic can now expand. Oh, he will delay though, getting a 3rd and 4th Stalker immediately, so hyper-aggressive start here by Classic is moving out across the map. He's not all in, he will still expand, but he will apply pressure early on. So he does move out across the map. Back at home, there should be a safety battery. There we go, batteries on the way. Ooh, it does send out the hallucination. Right now, it's going to be a Stalker Sentry defense. Okay. 2nd Sentry has arrived. Should be okay. Hallucination does get eyes on the reinforcements. And Creator should be fine as long as he doesn't lose anything early on. Oof. Panic force field. Sentry. No! Sentry does get picked up. And Classic, he might just have too much here. He may just have too much. The battery is now done. But again, a rough loss early on for Creator. He should hold. He should be able to hold on. Classic does have a nice start. Behind this, we're expanding. We are expanding. Now, what I will say is that Classic, he was hoping to get the Stalker as well, and if he could get the Stalker, he could start to snowball and break this position. Thankfully, Creator holds, and Creator gets away with a better economy. 32 to 29. So again, he has a higher probe count, he has more efficient saturation. So far, a better start for Creator in terms of the economy. And again, Classic, it was close, but barely didn't break that early defense. So overall, Creator's in a better position, and he should be able to get into the mid-game in a better position as well. Just a stronger start for Creator. The pressure is on Classic. Classic, he knows that he's behind. Behind this, we have both players going for their robos. Safe follow-ups. Blink is on the way. Now, the next big power spike here is going to be the third base. We'll see when and if our players expand. Speaking of, there it is. Instant third base for Creator. Very greedy. Yeah, very greedy here. Once again, this does give opportunity here to Classic. Classic is pushing. Classic, he is up in Stalkers. Classic, he has not been skipping Warp-ins. Meanwhile, Creator has to afford the expansion. And Creator, he might just be forced to cancel. He doesn't see this coming. No. Yeah, he does not see. Army moves in. Blink is done in 10 seconds. Getting one Stalker already. Forcing a cancel, and there it is. No third expansion. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the early game was better for Creator, but now suddenly he's losing that lead. He's losing that lead. Classic has just kept reinforcing. Catching a sentry. Ooh, getting a Stalker as well. Blink is done in another 10 seconds for Creator, but it's so late in comparison. And he just cancels again. Oh no. He just can't expand. Another cancellation. Classic now with a faster third. Now with map control. And Creator falls behind. This time Creator, he's somewhat keeping up with the rotate. Where are we going? Creator, I mean, he doesn't see the army. Now he does. Does hold on. Creator, he is holding on, but again, a very late expansion for the Creator. Classic, he already got what he wanted. Behind this charge is on the way. This time he will not forget. He will not forget the upgrade. Not again. Fool me once. Never fool me again. You see, basically Classic is waiting for the move outs. Oh, breaks in. Gets a couple of volleys off, but shouldn't get the expansion. Pulls away real quick. Creator should be aware that the observer. Alas, he has none of his own. Adepts shade into the mineral line. Catching out two. Yeah, two probes. Catching out two workers. There's a window in time here where charge is done, and Classic is moving out. He's going to hit that window. He's going to hit that timing. Once again, this will hit very hard. As this will hit with +1. With an Archon as well. As Classic is moving out. Let's catch the Observer at least. Does get one. Get one observer. Classic, he commits in between the bases, and again he just has an overwhelming army. He can just A-move. He can just A-move in. Ideally does some step forward with his Archons at least. Yeah, Zeltay breaks the natural. Oh, Prism is going to be shut down though. But the Warpin finishes. No. Yeah, the Warpin still completes. The Immortal is exposed. GG gets called, and Classic ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 5. Again, Creator, he had a nice start. He had a nice start to the game. He had a slightly better economy, but Creator was greedy. He went for a very fast third. Meanwhile, Classic was warping in units. Classic, he just kept warping in. Creator didn't notice, he didn't realize, and Classic, he moved that across map with double the army supply. He had 10 Stalkers to the 5 defensive Stalkers of Creator. So Creator, he was out of position. He didn't see the move out. He had a smaller army, and he could not save the third, and was forced to cancel twice. 2 big cancellations, also bleeding out Stalkers as well, and Classic took a massive lead. That's why he took the faster third base. He had the greater army, stronger timing, faster blink, faster +1, and Classic, he just breezed his way into the mid game. GG. GG, well played. As we're getting into the 5th and final game of the series. Again, we've gone all the way to the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Ruby Rock. And again, this can end either way. Creator, he was up 2-0, but does Classic pull off the reverse sweep? Una más, papi. That's all he needs. He's locked in. He's locked in, papi. As we're loading into one of the smaller maps in the map pool, aggression is expected here. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Virtus Pro. He was down 0-2 in this series, and he has clawed his way all the way back to the ace match. Can he pull off that reverse sweep? It is a classic. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, he was so close. he was up 2-0. He was up 2-0, and it's slipping through his fingers here. Can we tighten things up? Can we lock in? It is a creator. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As we're getting into the 5th and final game, and it all ends on Ruby Rock. So far, we're going to be opening up. Probe does move out across the map. And so far, it looks like standard openers. Yeah, gases are being taken, just double gate openers is what we're expecting. We're not veering off towards the side. There's no proxy. There's no shenanigans. Not yet. Okay. Oh, hello. As Classic, he does actually veer up. He does veer up. He throws down his second pylon out in the corner of the map. As we can see, it's a fake out. It's a fake proxy pylon at a Classic, but Creator doesn't know that. Creator, with his own probe scout, he's in the main. He knows something's wrong. He knows something is missing. Something is not quite right. What exactly is it? It's on Creator to find out. It's on Creator. Meanwhile, double adept open out of Creator. Stalker Sentry out of Classic. Classic going for a safer build, a safer start. Playing safe. This Classic is still looking. Yeah, you can see here he's still searching. He's checking the tuna. Checking the tuna. Looking for the proxy. There's the expands. Checking Creator's vision. He has yet to confirm. Oh, he sent a second probe on the map to scout. Oof. So that's extra economic damage. And does up to expand. He's going for his own Nexus. Again, so is Classic. Classic does have the faster expansion, the better economy. The slightly better economy. Oracle does get across the map, confirming Twilight Council opener at a Creator. Meanwhile, I believe Classic has no tech of his own, just now throwing it down reactively more often than not, or more likely, and it is going to be a Twilight Council as well. So because of this kind of opener here, we do have the slightly faster expansion for Classic to have Creator with the faster blink. So faster Twilight Council, faster blink. There's going to be a decent window in time here where Creator can make use of that early blink timing, assuming he's aware of it, and he is now aware. He does see the late Twilight Council, so he knows. Blink is on the way. Stalkers are warping in. And we'll see how committed Creator is going to be with this. See, Classic is checking for expansions. Checking for a third base. Speaking of, Creator, he fans out. Has to be careful. Classic, the first to expand. As creator moves out, Adepts are moving in. Oh, wait, my apologies. Am I crazy? Did I? Okay. Adepts on the right side, on the top side. Adepts are on the top side. Creator, he does pick forward. And we'll see if we can distract. It does get locked in though. Bleeding out a Stalker. Does trade. Gets a sentry at least. Creator pulls away at the same time. Adepts shade into the mineral line. Good reaction by Classic. He pulls away. Ooh, but some of the army is getting caught out. Forcing a recall. Does force a recall. Creator, can he force a cancel? That would be huge. Adepts are cleaned up. And it looks like he will. Yeah, 3 more volleys. 2 more. Un poquito más. Almost there. Barely does force a cancel. Whew. Here's a nice expansion. Back at home he defends. And Creator takes a lead. Oh, it's going to cost him a couple of sentries. But Creator does take an economic lead. Meanwhile, behind this, Classic is going to double down. Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts, they do have a place in PvP. They're hyper aggressive. They don't scale well into a longer game. So it's going to be Mass Adept here for Classic. Means he's skipping charge. Oh. As Classic just try to hold his own. Does try to force field. Creator does have the overwhelming army though. He breaks through. Yeah, he punishes Classic. As Creator, he has so many more Stalkers. Does keep pushing. Does keep overwhelming. And we can just keep going. Keep going. You can do it. Happy. Keep going. Oh, does get out of control though. Yeah, losing 2 Stalkers. No blink micro out of Creator. Ay. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol. Despite having the larger army. And remember, Classic is building up into basically a 2-base all-in with Mass Adept and Mass Immortal. Yeah, Adepts, they threaten a shade. They do get a couple of probes. They confirm the Immortals at least. Yeah, nice scout. Confirms the Immortals. Remember, Classic, he has not been making probes. If you didn't notice here, we have 38 probes for Classic. He barely has a 2-base economy. Classic is completely all in. And Creator has been making workers. Uh-oh. Creator's been macroing. He's been macroing up. And here come the Mass Adepts. Again, their role here is to buffer. Just be that buffering force. For the Immortal, for the Stalkers. Speaking of the Immortals exposed, has to pull away. Adepts, they threaten a shade. They can get into the mineral line. Does shade in. Yeah, shades into the natural. And Creator, he has to respond. Oh, the boys are coming from behind. Yeah, they trigger the shields. Meanwhile, the Immortal goes down. There's no defensive prism here for Creator, and Classic, he might just have too much. No shot. Creator, who was doing so well killing the expansion, but again, he was just too greedy. He was just too greedy. GG gets called. Classic, he overwhelms with the 2-base all-in, and Classic will claim the series 3-2, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Congratulations. Classic, he pulls off the reverse sweep, down 2-0, but winning 3 games in a row. And again, this was Creator's game to win. Like, Creator, he was ahead. He broke the 3rd base. He was getting further ahead economically, but he was just too greedy. He made the assumption that Classic was probing, but Classic wasn't making workers. He wasn't making workers for quite some time. Remember, we pointed out he was going for Glaive Adepts. Glaive Adepts that do not scale well into a longer game. He was just going for one big 2-base all-in, and Creator, he was caught with his pants down. He thought that his opponent was macroing. Classic was doing anything but. GG. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations here. Classic, he will claim the series. My condolences to Creator. Again, I can... Oh. There we go. My condolences to Creator. I can see a world where Creator he could have claimed the series himself. He could have claimed it. My camera wasn't quite working here, but GG, well played. Casito, baby, casito. GG. Eaten by the world. So good. But GG, well played. Congratulations here to Classic. My condolences to Creator. But honestly, he played well. He played well, and again, I can see a world where Creator wins the series instead. I can see it, baby. I can see it. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the evening. Again, we have our Tuna Cup champion for the week. It is going to be Classic, and as you can see here, we have a full schedule ahead of us. Bam! As you can see before you, we do have up next GSL. GSL CK is going to be in less than 24 hours time. That is, of course, the new GSL Team League format that has been taking place with a draft format. Last week it was Maru versus Maru versus Hero, Team R versus Team Hero. This week we're going to redraft. We're going to have some new captains as well, and we'll see how our two upcoming teams will face off against each other. The format is going to be a little bit different, but again, it's going to be a lot of fun. Bearing in mind, we do live cast on Soup, not on Twitch. We will have a rebroadcast the next morning on Twitch. That is why you can see that Tuesday is empty. It's not really empty, so we're going to be casting GSL Monday night, and then Tuesday morning, we'll be hosting the rebroadcast here on Twitch or on YouTube. Just as a reminder. So again, we have some GSL content tomorrow. We likewise have RSL. The RSL playoffs, they begin over the weekend. Saturday, Sunday here, we do have some RSL content. We're going to be covering that as well here on the channel. We have Pigasus Cup, KSL, Kovajans Cup, OSC, the Podcast, and some Kung Fu Cup as well. A very, very dense week here for us. A little bit lighter towards the tail end. We're trying to make that adjustment. We're intentionally trying to, like, now that we've caught up with all the big events, we're trying to slow things down and try to have a leaner broadcasting schedule so we can have time to have some ladder sessions, to stream on our personal channels, to have some room to do things IRL as well. We're trying to space some things out here. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to help support us here on the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon. The Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. It funds the Sparkling Tuna Cup alongside our amateur events as well. It's all funded via Patreon. Still working 2v2 on the weekend. True. But yes, we do have our Patreon here to cover our tournaments. Likewise, you can also follow us on all the socials. !socials in the chat. You can link to our YouTube channel, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Discord server, all things CranKy Ducklings, so you can follow us and of course be notified when we go live. And of course, check out the VODs. If you missed out on last week's GSL cast, it's on YouTube. It's all on YouTube, so you can check out there. We do have a lot of content. It's all available to you at your fingertips over on YouTube. The VODs, pappy, the VODs. Otherwise, we're going to be heading off here for the evening, and we'll be back tomorrow with some more GSL content with GSL CK. See you soon. See you tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.